achievement gap. We're only working on it. What is our ultimate goal? A national level change. Let me say that again because it is very important. While we at 30 million words are determined within our population to try to change the tragic waste of human potential, what we want to see is a national appreciation for this need so that the wasted potential of millions of children become part of history. We want talking to your child to be part of the American narrative, from a child's first breath to his or her first day of school and beyond. We want all parents to understand the power of their words in impacting their children's future. And for those parents who need support in making this happen, we need appropriate programs. Because in this country of enormous resources, there are too many children who will start school not ready to learn and will continue to lag their entire lives unnecessarily. We want for these children what we want for the children born directly to us: the ability to reach their potentials, the ability to lead stable and productive lives. The new White House initiative and Secretary Clinton's "too small to fail" give me great hope. But fulfillment of that hope needs us as well, working together, backing up our beliefs with strong science that corroborates them. For the sake of these children, for the sake of the adults they will become, for the sake of this nation, we need a movement. Thank you.
Dr. Susskind, thanks again. It has been a full morning. We know you're processing all of this information, but there is much more to come. However, we figured at this point, you may welcome a chance to stretch your legs. For those of you who are registered for office hours with Dr. Susskind, please proceed to the ExxonMobil Solve This Gallery. Office hours are also taking place this morning with Randy Weingarten, David Coleman, Dennis Van Rokel, and Paul Pastrek. We also want to remind you that if you are on social media over the course of these 2 days, we hope you're using the hashtags, both hashtag EducationNation, our Twitter handle is @EducationNation, and also the hashtag WhatItTakes. Enjoy your break. Please be back here at 10:05 a.m. sharp in your seats because we will reconvene at that moment. Thanks again. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break and hopefully your mini tweeting session. We're going to pick up at this point with another masterclass. It's my pleasure in just a couple moments to welcome Professor Caroline Hawksby of Stanford University. Now, many of you may be familiar with her impressive body of work in education. Today, she's here to talk with us about work she's done to reveal and hopefully solve a troubling problem in higher education. Why the vast majority of high-achieving, low-income students don't even apply to the nation's best colleges. Please welcome Professor Hawksby.
Hi, well, here today I'm going to talk to you about meritocracy, high-achieving, low-income students, and college-going opportunities. So let me go back for a second. So first I want you to start by just imagining a low-income student from the bottom quarter of the family income distribution in the United States who has managed, despite obstacles, to make it into the highest achieving students. So we're talking about a student who's from the top scoring students in the United States on college assessments and has very high school grades. What happens to this student? That's going to be the subject of my talk today. Now, the first thing that I'm going to talk about is why it matters that these students have college-going opportunities, why it matters. So what's at stake? The second thing that I'm going to talk about is what's the nature of the problem. And you'll see that that's really the body of research that I'll mainly cover today. And most people don't understand the problem very well. And if you don't understand the problem very well, then you're not going to understand how to devise solutions to the problem. And we're fortunate in that today we're also going to be able to talk about solutions, not just pie-in-the-sky solutions or ideas that are untested, but in fact practical solutions that we have tested with about 40,000 students in the United States in a randomized controlled trial, so that we actually know that these solutions work. So what's at stake here? The first thing is at stake is our meritocracy in the United States. The notion that people who have aptitude and who rise to the challenge, who make a lot of effort, should be able to have the opportunities that they have prepared themselves to deserve. So meritocracy is the first thing that's at stake. The second thing that's at stake is incentives. If you're a low-income student and you look at another low-income student who is older than yourself, and you see that he or she doesn't do any better in terms of college or career opportunities than someone who was low achieving, then what incentive do you have to work hard, to be high achieving, to work to the best of your aptitude? So incentives are another thing that's at stake. And then a final thing that's at stake is role models. We often think that the best people for evangelizing other low-income students to be high-achieving, to make effort, are those who have managed to transform their lives through having made effort in education. So in order to understand what was happening to low-income, high-achieving students in the United States, we analyzed every single student in the high school graduating class of 2008 who took either a College Board or ACT assessment. So this means they took one of the college assessments in the United States. And there are millions of such students. And I think it's important to emphasize that it's every one of the students. So often people have anecdotal experience. They say, I knew this student or I knew that student. And I like to think my millions of students always trump the student whom they know. And I think that that's important because sometimes those anecdotes mislead people, and we'll even see that they perpetuate a lot of myths. So who exactly am I talking about? I'm talking about students who are in the bottom quarter of the family income distribution. You can see that's about $40,000 for these students. They scored in the top 10% on one of the two college assessments. Now, since not all students take those assessments, this means they're in the top 4 to 5% of high school students in the United States, and they have a high school GPA of A- or higher. Now, if you had asked people before we did this research about how many of these low-income, high achievers are there, they would have said that there were about 4,000 such students. I'm sorry that you can't see that down there. But in fact, what we found when we looked at the data is that instead of there being 4,000 such students, there are 35,000 such students. Many times more such students than anyone had thought there were before. Now, how could this be that we didn't understand how many low-income high achievers there were, well, it turns out that they were off everyone's radar screen because they don't apply to peer institutions, that is, selective colleges for which they are well prepared. They do not apply to the colleges where the other students tend to be like them. So they're not on college admissions officers' radar screens. They're not on anyone's radar screens. And there's no magic until you do this sort of research to find them. It's not as though they carry around signs that say, I'm a low-income high achiever, please admit me to college, or something like that. So this is who we're going to talk about. Let me tell you about the takeaways of this research, even before I show you a little bit of the evidence, just so that you know where we're going. The first piece of evidence I've already shown you, and that is that there are many more low-income high achievers than anyone thought. This is terrific news, in a way, because it means that there is a golden opportunity out there that we have not taken advantage of. The second piece of information that I'm going to give you is that cost per se is not the reason that these students are not attending peer institutions. By peer institution, again, I mean the sort of institution where they are as well prepared and high scoring as the other students in the college or university. In fact, what we're going to see is that they are usually paying more to attend much less selective, much less resource-rich institutions. So they are generally paying more to get less. So cost is not the reason. When we look to see what happens to them when they apply to peer institutions, we find that they are admitted at perfectly regular rates, the same rates as high-income students with the same level of achievement, and they matriculate there, and then they thrive there, persist, graduate on time, at about the same rates as high-income students with the same level of achievement. So they thrive at these peer colleges once they go there, and in fact, they do much better than they do if they attend non-selective schools. Where they diverge from the high-income students with the same level of achievement is at the application stage. Once they've applied, they actually enroll and otherwise look a lot like them in terms of their college careers and their future careers. So it's really the application stage that we're going to focus on quite a lot today. I'm going to show you some evidence that it really does not make sense to blame colleges or high school guidance counselors for the fact that so many low-income high achievers do not apply to peer institutions. There are good reasons why it's not very easy to identify them and get them to do these applications, but we are going to talk about a solution to that. Any solution is going to have to deal with the fact that these low-income high achievers are dispersed, and I'll show you some evidence on that in a moment. Okay, let's have a look at the evidence. This is a college application portfolio for a high-income high achiever. Okay, so we have all the high-income high achievers in the United States represented on this graph. Let me tell you how to interpret it. On the horizontal axis, we have the difference between the college's median SAT score and the student's own SAT score. So if the bar is at 0, that means that the student is applying to a college where the other students are just like him in terms of their incoming preparation. What you can see from the figure is that high-income high achievers tend to apply to schools where the other students are a lot like them. Those are what we call the peer institutions, or where other students are only a little bit worse than they are in terms of preparation. Those are often called safety schools, or a little bit better in terms of preparation. Those are often called reach schools. A few % of these high-income high achievers do apply to schools that are academically non-selective. These tend to be special interest schools, like perhaps a culinary school or an art school, something like that. So this is what a college guidance counselor would typically advise a high achiever to do. Now let's see what the low-income high achievers do instead. Low-income high achievers have exactly the same level of preparation as those high-income high achievers we just saw, but the figure shows you that the majority of them apply to non-selective colleges and universities. That means they're applying to places that don't require anything other than a high school diploma or a GED, and where their own preparation often vastly outstrips that of the typical student. A few % of them certainly do apply to peer, safety, or reach institutions, but the majority do not. Okay, so that is the basic fact. They're not showing up at the application stage for peer institutions. Now, why do we think that this is not about cost? This next figure shows you something that I think you know in the light blue bars. That is that as you go from the least selective or least competitive institutions in the United States to the ones that are the most competitive, those are the peer institutions for these students, the ones at the very top, most competitive. as you go from the least selective to the most competitive, comprehensive costs go up. The comprehensive costs include tuition, fees, room, and board. Okay, so that's everything that you're going to pay the college. It's also the case that as you go to the most competitive schools, they have the highest instructional spending, the most resources, the highest ratio of faculty to students, and so on. What people don't often realize is that as for these students, for low-income students, as they go from the least selective to the most competitive colleges and universities in the United States, they pay less. So you can see, in fact, that they will pay the least to go to the most competitive colleges and universities in the United States. And in fact, as they go from the least selective four-year colleges to the most selective four-year colleges, they systematically pay less. So right now, those low-income high achievers whose applications we were just looking at are paying more to go to institutions that have fewer resources. Well, where are these low-income high achievers? It turns out that they're everywhere across the United States. This is what's called a choropleth map. It's like a heat map, and it's warmer in places where there are more low-income high achievers per 17-year-old in the United States. You can see they're just basically everywhere. However, the ones who do already apply to the peer institutions are not everywhere. They're in just a few places. In fact, 70% of the low-income high achievers who apply now to peer institutions come from just 15 out of the 316 metropolitan areas in the United States. You can see them here for yourself. And it's not just that they come from these 15 metropolitan areas, they come from specific schools within these 15 metropolitan areas, which I could name for you, or specific college mentoring programs. For instance, New York City's selective schools, the exam schools like Stuyvesant, account for a very disproportionate share of all low-income high achievers in the United States who apply to peer institutions. So let's do a couple every one of the high schools in the United States where they could get at least 20 high-achieving students to come to their presentation. Well, 92% of high-income high achievers who currently don't apply to a peer institution. What about counselors? Well, let's suppose that counselors became expert in advising students on going to college if at least 5% of their students were high achievers. Well, that means virtually all high-income high achievers and virtually all low-income high achievers who already apply to peer institutions would meet such a counselor, but almost none of the students who do not presently apply. So it's not that easy to solve the problem, and the problem is because of dispersion. That's what I told you before. Low-income high achievers are mostly dispersed. They're not mostly gathered at schools like Stuyvesant. We came up with a potential solution that would give students the sort of information that they could get from an expert guidance counselor. And our intervention was something that could be done at a remove, at an arm's length. It was called Expanding College Opportunity. On from low-income students, but we didn't exclusively send it to low-income students. The materials were customized to a student's estimated family income, their locality, their high school. So a student in eastern Iowa was not receiving the same materials as a student in Delaware. A student from Stuyvesant would not receive the same materials as a student who went to a New York area high school that was not selective. And there were different components. One of them was application guidance, what an expert guidance counselor would tell you. Another one was that sort of net cost information that I showed you before on a graph, but specific to individual colleges. We also gave them no paperwork fee waivers so that they could apply to colleges for free. Now, low-income students already qualify for fee waivers, so we really weren't changing whether they could apply for free. What we were changing was whether they had to do paperwork, explain to their guidance counselor how much their parents made, things like that. Okay? And I told you that it was mail and internet delivery, and it cost about $6 per student to send it to an additional student. That's really just printing and mailing costs. We're not counting in that that it does not recommend colleges at all choices to regional choices. To put things in a context, we try to make the information user-friendly and there's no standard set of materials that you could just photocopy. These are not just a set of college brochures that student. The interventions, although they're very user-friendly and very low cost on a per-student basis, they're not actually simple in the sense that the back office analytics and the data that was required to put them together are very complicated and cutting edge. Rates that range from 20% to 86%. When you had to fill out your financial aid forms, all of the sort of information that which covers the enrollment of 95% of the students in the United States. Well, opportunities, intervention were higher graduation rates, higher instructional spending, and more student-related resources. So there were quite impressive effects. And that's discounted back to the present day, so it's an economist's $500,000. And that's a very impressive return on a very small investment. Those are also just the direct benefits, because as I said at the beginning, there are other benefits from ensuring that low-income, high-achieving students takeaways from this research. The first one is very important. There are low-income students who can be high achievers. We need not look at every low-income student and assume that it is impossible for him or her to be a high achiever. 35,000 students approximately each year manage to get over those hurdles. They also do aspire to attend the best colleges that they can get into. It is simply not the case that they do not want to go to good colleges and universities, or that they will not thrive if they apply. Okay? We could potentially improve some of the barriers to our meritocracy. We could potentially overcome some of the barriers to improving our meritocracy simply by informing students better about their college-going opportunities. I think this is just an enormous thing for us to know. We also can at least partially solve the problem even today, right away, with programs that are cost-effective and that can be implemented. In fact, the College Board and ACT have already committed to implementing expanding college opportunities like interventions for 100% of the low-income high achievers in the United States. So the solution is not far off in the future, it is right now. And the direct benefits of an intervention like expanding college opportunities are very large, about $16 billion per graduating class, at least. And then there are many other potential benefits, which we foresee as the students who benefit pay it forward to other students and become the people who go back to their high schools and their communities and say, look, it's completely worthwhile to make the effort to be a high achiever. So that's all I have for you today, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
We're actually not going to let you get off quite that easy. We'd like to continue the discussion with Professor Hawksby and also with Tamron Hall, who's going to help facilitate this next panel as we look more at what it takes to expand college access. Tamron?
Hi there, Erica. Hi, everyone, again. Had a little bit of a break. I think we're going to shake the room up a bit. We have microphones set up on each side, so I really would love for you to participate in this next panel if you so choose. Thank you, Carolyn, by the way, for sharing your groundbreaking research, expanding college opportunity for high-achieving, low-income students. It's an issue that educators, policymakers, advocates are trying to tackle to increase access and cultivating college success for all students when they get there. So please have a seat. Let me introduce our panel to each of you. First up, David Coleman, President and CEO, College Board, also Common Core Architect. Good to see you, David. Carolyn Hawksby, which you know pretty much very well by now, certainly Professor of Economy at Stanford University. Thank you so much for joining us as well. Tanisha Quanning, One Goal Program Director at Fenger High School in my former home of Chicago. And Dan Porterfield, President, Franklin and Marshall College. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a fantastic presentation that you did. And I want to jump in and start off with you. And again, please feel free to walk up to the mics if you have any specific questions for our panel. Carolyn, I really think that the information you presented was accessible. However, we still have this great challenge before us. So how do we turn what you presented to this panel into action?
Well, I think we are very fortunate to be in the circumstance that some of it is already being turned into action. So David, who's here to talk about what the College Board is doing, has taken a lead in making sure that these types of interventions will be available to everyone who takes a College Board test. And I think that's just tremendous. The College Board has been a great partner to us over time. We have also worked with ACT, the other main college assessment organization in the United States, and they are also committed to having informational interventions like this for high-achieving students who are low income. That being said, we need to go further. You can't just stop with high-achieving, low-income students. All students really need to have better information about their college-going opportunities, and that's something we're working on today.
Absolutely. And David, you said we can't stand by as students, particularly low-income students, and let them go off track and don't pursue opportunities that they have, and the key word is earned, that they've earned.
You're exactly right. By the way, it's such an honor to be here at the New York Public Library in Tony Marx's house, the head of the library, who was the leader in higher education, who perhaps did the most to bring in first generation and diverse kids. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be with Carolyn, who with a group of researchers, including herself and Chris Avery and Sarah Turner, have lit a way through their insight. And Dan, who's perhaps Tony Marx's most natural successor. And we at the College Board are utterly committed to the principle you stated, which is kids who do hard work, they must go forward. And we just can't measure, we have to propel them forward. So 3 things we've learned as we've done this work. First, assessment must not just be a gate or a measure, it must propel students into opportunity. It is not enough to give a test. At the same moment we're giving these results, following the research, we're giving students fee waivers and saying, go forward. Our favorite Instagram message of the year from a kid is, the College Board sent me 8 fee waivers because I'm awesome. Which is very different from because I'm poor. And secondly, we've got to start earlier. We're working with PSAT increasingly rather than just SAT, because as you know, PSAT taken in your sophomore or junior year can propel you into course opportunities, more advanced courses. It turns out, just like Carolyn has found in terms of low-income kids not taking advantage of college opportunity, kids don't take the opportunity for advanced coursework they've earned. When they're ready for AP, disproportionately Black, Latino, and Native American kids won't take that opportunity. And finally, it's about membership and partnership. We're a membership organization. We've trained 14,000 counselors in this data. They all know your packet now. And we're engaging teachers, and that's why, Tanisha, it's so exciting. We only do this through membership and partnership, and even a shout out to the librarians of this country. When you're giving students access to a book, you're beginning this conversation.
And since you brought in Tanisha, you're a parent of a college grad and a college student, as I understand. And talk to me a little bit about the main barriers that you see firsthand.
Well, some of the main barriers that I see with my students is that they just don't think that, they don't even think that college is possible. And my job is to motivate them and let them know that yes, college is possible for you and you are good enough. They really don't even have an idea about that they, that they want to go to college, and so that's where I come in, because I tell them that, this is what's waiting for you if you don't go to college, and college is really the only thing that you should be trying to do, and once I begin to motivate them and they see, well, yeah, maybe I should go to college, okay, this thing seems like it might be for me, then, they start getting the information that they need.
Well, I think a lot of people, perhaps that's an overstatement, there are many, I believe, who are still surprised with technology, with television, that there are children out there who still believe it's not possible.
Right.
I mean, if you glance at any television show, forget the news, as a kid, you're just on social media, and to think that they don't see college as a part of their plan is stunning to me in this time and age.
Right, it is.
One reason why kids today from lower economic groups don't see college as part of their future is there's not enough in college. It's absolutely crucial that we invest in all aspects of K through 12 education and then challenge American higher education to get out off the campus into the communities of America to find extraordinary talent and ensure that talent has access to a first-class education.
And that's what Franklin and Marshall is doing. You're not waiting around.
Absolutely. 5 years ago, about 6% of the incoming students at Franklin and Marshall College were eligible for a Pell Grant, which means they were in the lower economic quartile. We significantly increased financial aid a few years ago. The last 3 years, 17%, 3 years straight, of the incoming students qualified for a Pell Grant. And it's not just that they're getting in, they're strengthening the student body, they're achieving grades at the exact same level as the overall freshman class from last year, and our retention rate, our returning rate of the 100 Pell eligible students in last year's freshman class was 98%.
Wow.
98%.
That's fantastic. And I want to introduce two special people in the audience, and before I do that, it just occurred to me that I certainly don't want anyone to believe that I'm out of touch when I say, wow, I'm surprised in 2013. I say that because I am from Luling, Texas, population 2. My grandfather was a sharecropper with a second-grade education. My mother and one of her brothers, children of 7, raised by their father, my grandmother passed away. A sharecropper with a second-grade education raised my mom, who was the first to go to college. And then I went to college. So when I say that, I look at the journey that is around me when I go back to Luling, Texas, which outside of a parade genuinely called the Watermelon Thump, I'm the most famous person. So I say that when I think about rural kids and kids in urban environments who have access to social media that I didn't, but they still believe that they're not a part of our system. They're not a part of that. So I want to make that clear to you, that I do not live in a bubble, despite the fact that I live in New York. But I do want to introduce you to Justin Porter and Travis Reginald. They're both in front of the audience here, and they are exceptional because Justin wrote an essay in the New York Times about transitioning to college. Travis also did the same thing. And Justin, I saw you nodding a bit, and both you and Travis, so feel free to jump in, when we were discussing the opportunity and believing that if you are a high achiever from a low income, you still have the ability and you have earned the right to attend a university. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Definitely. I totally agree with Dr. Hawksby was speaking about.
I could hear you, but for some reason, I'm sorry, we can't. Try it again.
I'll totally. Okay.
There you go.
Oh,
bingo.
Amazing. Go. Yes. I found a lot of this, what was been discussed very interesting and fascinating. And like I said, I agree with Dr. Hawksby research and that these students do want to go to college and that they've earned this opportunity, and that a lot of what it comes down to is like quote unquote what you say, like these evangelists or these role models as she spoke about being that role model in the classroom, because like following the articles, like a lot of teachers have reached out and saying that there's a specific like niche or a specific role that certain people have to like really make things tangible, and I think it's really what it's all about, making this image of success tangible. We can look at like these national these tragedies and be like, well, they're so far removed from us. Like they can never possibly happen in our situation. I think the same thing applies to education. Even though like you said it's on social media, but like if you come especially in a certain environment like where not a lot of people go to college and like this is your immediate family, and that's more tangible than what you see out.
Absolutely. What you're looking at in your home is more tangible. So that brings me to the question, and I'd like all of you to answer. In the home, how do you start to conquer the barriers that parents feel are there, particularly cost? I mean, down to just, as we pointed out, affording the tests to the ACT or the SAT and going from there. Carolyn?
Well, much of the problem has to do with myths, right? So low-income students actually can take the college assessments for free. They can apply to colleges and universities for free. They will get in, and they will not pay those sticker prices. So the first thing to do is overcome a lot of the myths in the family.
How do we first overcome that particular myth?
I think that's crucial. Right now, we are dependent too much on just chance encounters. The family happening to meet the high school teacher who sits down with mom, dad, and the student, or someone in the community who happens to have that relationship with them. It needs to be more systematic. We found that with the Expanding College Opportunities intervention, the reason why the mailings were more popular than the internet, interestingly enough, was that mom and dad would sit down with the student at the kitchen table and look at the materials and say, wow, we thought that the cost of sending you to University of Chicago or Vanderbilt or Grinnell or something was completely outside the range of what we could afford. We just looked at this material, and now we need to reconsider everything. Having that family conversation is absolutely crucial. It needs to be a family conversation, and they need to have the information in front of them in an easily accessible way so that they can have the same opportunities that someone would have who goes to an elite school.
Tanisha, I believe this hits home for you as well, and part of what you are doing.
It does, because as a one-goal program director, we start our students off in junior year talking about college. We get them interested in colleges. We take them on college campuses, do college visits. We talk about the financial aspect. We talk about students going to schools that are under matches, over matches, and matches. And that basically means that going to a school that you're either overqualified for, qualified, or a school that you might be a little underqualified for.
Get personal with me on when you take these kids to a college campus for the first time. And many of them have not had that opportunity.
Well, what we do is we link up with other students who may have been in One Goal program, or students who are at the university at the time, somebody that they can relate to. So not just adults that are telling them this is this building, this is that building, but actual students who take them around and show them everything, tell them where they can go to get support. We show them the organizations and clubs and activities and sports, to show them everything. We even take them to dorm rooms to see like where you would be living, talk about roommates, everything.
Just the social experience of it as well. But Dan, I'm going to ask you about being clear and transparent, and both of you please answer that. Because again, information is power, but sometimes you do feel that you're bombarded and overloaded. So what about the transparency of costs, the expectations, so that parents can lunge into this with their children with confidence?
Well, you know, it's so important that educators at the higher education level reach out and form partnerships with school districts, with great educators like Tanisha, with families, to promote transparency. One way we do that is with the net price calculator, which any family can learn to use, where you type in family resources onto the website of a school you're interested in and find out, according to that school's financial aid program, how much you'll be paying. But I want to emphasize, there are extraordinary educators out there all across the country, and our job in higher ed is not just to hope the applications come in, but to go out like we've been doing and partner with the KIPP schools, which are nationwide schools, the Cristo Rey schools, uncommon schools, and you had a teacher on the panel earlier today, or the Achievement First schools, to partner with the National College Advising Corps, with the Posse Foundation, with College Track and College Match and Chicago Scholars in your city. There are great resources out there, and our job is not to hope they find us, but to go partner with them.
I'm curious, do any of you know about these resources that are out there? Can I get a show of hands? So we got to spread the word. You've got a nice showing here, but the word has, we've got to get it out. So how do we do that?
Yeah, speaking of spread the word, we at the College Board are embarking on an Access to Opportunity campaign. So I'm turning to a very powerful audience, hopefully here and that is watching this, and asking for your help. We are going beyond, while information matters, engagement matters as well. We're talking to students about engaging fellow students because other students hold the key, as you know so well, to catapulting their peers into opportunity. I just spent time with Reverend Cortez in Philadelphia, who's one of the leading Latino evangelicals in this country, to start a campaign within the Latino community because this disproportionately affects certain groups and certain families to, as it were, let their children go, to propel their sons and daughters into the opportunities they've earned. We're engaging admissions and financial aid officers at scale for every AP teacher to have a financial aid lesson, and I hope other teachers will follow us in this effort. So we're kind of all out, and if you have an idea, if you think there's anything we can do, and just to be clear, we begin with the children that Carolyn has described, those low-income high achievers, but we've embarked on a broader campaign, because low-income kids in general, and by the way, some middle-income kids, do not take the opportunities they've earned. We call it the Apply to 4 campaign, because if they apply only to a single college, they really limit their opportunities. So we're trying to get all low-income kids to apply more broadly and embrace their opportunities, but frankly, we need your help. I think we can do this as a country. These kids are ready and they can go, but it takes partners in higher education, it takes students, it takes adults, and I know Justin wants to speak, so help us.
Justin, you, I know in particular, can talk about the cultural challenges that keep low-income students from attending these elite colleges that they've earned a spot at.
Sure. So a lot of what I think is a big issue is expectations. But before I get into that, I have 2 comments related to what has been discussed already. First, Dr. Hawksby, you pretty much summarized my life in 15 minutes, and that was quite impressive. And I do think that better information is the solution to improving the problem with low-income students who are high achievers applying to colleges. Because the biggest problem is that there's this flawed yet pervasive logic that because these colleges are so expensive or that they're so elite, that we would never belong there. That's quite possibly one of the reasons why I almost did not apply to Harvard. Second, Dr. Porterfield, am I correct? You mentioned that there needs to be a broader community-based involvement in education. And I think that's one of the more profound statements in today's entire summit. Because the problem is people are attracted, especially in education reform, to sexy change or temporary fast change. But the thing is that's not going to happen quickly, and what we need is a broad-based leadership across sectors. We have to make education something that's of vital discussion, not government shutdowns, not the new rap videos that's out. Education has to be the centerpiece because it's our future, quite literally.
Can I vote for you for office?
One more thing, but my question is, a lot of this discussion has been around high achievers, and that's incredibly important. But what I'm concerned about, and because of something you said was very interesting, we perceive that there are about 3,000 low-income high achievers, right? I wonder how many low achievers who are actually high achievers we perceive to be low achievers.
Tanisha deals with that as well. That's Tanisha's point here.
I think one thing we have to do is we have to come up with a better way for evaluating how these students perform and how they progress over time.
Absolutely.
In addition to creating an excellent education system, I think we need to focus on creating an equitable education system.
Tanisha, let me let you jump in, and I'd like basically the whole panel to respond. Let's start with you.
Okay, and that's where one goal comes in, because we don't go for the highest achievers. We go for those students who are have not that great GPAs, and we try to motivate them to want to go to college. And we get them, we start talking about, we have that conversation, and once they realize that college is possible, then they rise to the occasion, okay? Then they start to work towards this, they start to get better grades, and they actually start to motivate their peers to want to go to college and to want to experience, to have that experience, but they first have to understand that it's possible. Putting the financial part to the side, I mean, I know that's important, but just knowing that college is possible helps the students to say, okay, what do I need to do to get into college? And that's where it all begins. Once they want to know what it is that they need to do, then I have everything that you need and we're going to get you into college.
I'm so inspired to see the two of you here, because I didn't know I was going to meet you today, but I read the pieces you wrote in the New York Times not too long ago and sent them to some of my students at Franklin and Marshall College, also like your age. You're sophomores, aren't you? And one is Johnny in California, and Hannibal in Washington, D.C., and kids in Miami and in Pennsylvania, from all across the country, just like your background, proving the possible. But we in higher education have failed in our responsibility in recent years to increase financial aid so that more students like the two of you have the opportunity to go to schools like Franklin and Marshall College that launch every student into lifetimes of success. That is on us. We have to increase our financial aid and get out there and find more kids like the two of you, and it's so inspiring to see you today.
Absolutely. Carolyn?
Well, I think that one of the reasons we started with low-income high achievers was that we saw that low-income students really could be high achievers, right? And if there are many more high achievers out there than anyone thought, and they're not taking full advantage of their opportunities, then think how many students who are now sort of just middling achievers really could have been high achievers if they had said to themselves, hey, if I'm a high achiever, I'll have these amazing college-going opportunities, I'll have great career opportunities, I'll be able to change my family's whole trajectory. So we think that this is just starting at sort of the leading edge. These are the easiest students to work with at the beginning, but now we're doing research on students who are prepared at many different levels, and students not just from low-income backgrounds, but through middle-income backgrounds as well, because we think that everyone needs to understand their college-going choices better, and that it is so important that students recognize that if I work hard, I can have the opportunities. College is potentially, for me, I can be part of that future in the United States, and the way to do that is to help everyone go to college.
David?
You know, as you talk about equity and excellence, which, by the way, are our mission at the College Board, what we most must stand for, we've decided the way to frame it maybe is that these kids are in our care. They don't just take an exam or a course, but they're in our care. We care about what happens to them. And so let me tell you that data about PSAT. It might interest you. So PSAT, as you know, qualifying test for national merit, but kids take it, let's say, in their sophomore year. Of those kids who are prepared for AP Math, so they score good enough on PSAT to do AP Math, 6 out of 10 Asian students will wind up, who are ready, will take AP Math. 4 out of 10 white students, 3 out of 10 African American students, 3 out of 10 Latino students, and 2 out of 10 Native American students. So look what happens. Those kids who could have surged forward do not get access to rigorous courses, and then they are part of those kids who are behind. But they were a step away from advanced work. We're also looking at all our work to think about accelerating those kids who are behind so they're further ready. But you are so right that in this country right now, and what Carolyn just said, I hope everyone heard it, she said middle-income kids as well. It is convenient and safer for us to talk about the barriers facing low-income kids, but in our society right now, a growing gap is coming where even middle-income kids are not getting the access and information we need. Only a very wealthy group really is getting what they need and matching, and I think we need to broaden our ethical purview, just as you urge us to.
What do you believe are the barriers that are standing in front of middle income? Is it mostly cost? Is it the perception of cost?
So interesting. I would let others who are expert in this field to talk about it. But the kinds of barriers are, first of all, a misperception that education does not pay. So even in middle-income environments getting jittery about economic times, we're just publishing a report that education pays. It's the best investment you can make. We've got to be very clear about this. Average college debt is far lower than people know, even though financial aid should step up. But secondly, Families are powerful and peculiar things. And all families, sometimes, for good and for bad reasons, can hold their own children back out of concerns of safety or concerns of their own sense of their kids' potential. And I think there's a wonderful conversation to have in this country where we turn to families and parents and help them help their kids go as far as they can go. But that issue, while it may disproportionately be true of low-income kids, happens in middle-class families as well.
And Tanisha, you have a particular expertise, if you will, with some of the cultural conversations that exist, to David and Dan's point of the entire panel, throughout all economic levels, but from middle income down, these cultural barriers.
Well, I think that students don't see the people in their neighborhoods going to college. They just don't know a lot of people who go to college. Only their teachers went to college, and we're not really real people, you know, who dropped on the earth as teachers. And so once you let them know I'm a human being, I was a teenager once, I went to high school just like you, and that you can do this, then they begin to, it piques their interest. Okay, so when they look around them and they don't see anybody that went away, who's gonna pump them up? Who's gonna motivate them? Who's gonna say it was a great experience if nobody went to college, or the people that they do see go off to college never really come back and talk to them about it?
Or the people who've gone off to college put their hopes in sport as opposed to academic.
Well, and one of the real myths is that lower income students will not achieve at a high level in college, or secondly, that low-income students, in order to even survive college, need almost the creation of a college within a college to take care of them every step of the way. And while it is important to provide support and to respond to the individual, the fact of the matter is that talent rises in America. Talent rises.
Yes, absolutely. And you're both proof of that talent certainly rises. If you have any advice from a student's perspective to the educators and administrators here, give us a little bit of your knowledge.
Yeah, like you spoke about, like we can't necessarily depend on like these chance encounters. Like while it's very important to really have these people go back and like create this culture and environment like that you can do this, like as somebody spoke on the last in the previous panel today, like it starts very early, like early childhood, and I think that was very essential to like where I am now with the Head Start program, really where when they taught me how to read, where I was exposed to all these words and all these different like communications, even like, because like we have to think about like accessibility, right? So like there's some parents who can't, they don't have the time or don't have the education level to like expose the kids to these words levels. So like so many people, like you spoke about, have to like engage in this conversation. Like I spoke to somebody with like public television, like the early childhood programs, like that was very beneficial to me. Like when your parents can't be there, but like having these interactions, like that are so essential.
Right.
Yeah, like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. You know, like PBS is like really amazing. Yes. Yeah, so like you just having these different resources that start early, and like you said, like by the time you get junior in high school, like I feel like this is too late to really have a college focus motive. Like I was focused like on going to college, going to Ivy League school, like in elementary school, and that was my goal, and like this is what I drove towards. So I knew what I had to achieve and what I had to work at to get there.
Well, Justin and Travis, thank you very much. We're done with this panel, but of course this conversation will never end until every kid who's earned that spot occupies that spot, and we're on our way to doing that, hopefully. And thank you all, I really appreciate. And we have more panels coming up. We'll see you. And I can't wait to talk. I've got to get you guys to call my nephew. He's 17, he's a senior. We need a little motivation for that kid. Thank you so much. Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Tamron, thank you, and thank you to the entire panel. We want to turn now to some of the challenges and the opportunities surrounding technology in education. And we begin that with our annual Innovation Challenge. If you're not familiar with it, it's a competition among 3 teams of young entrepreneurs. That competition will be settled right here at Education Nation tomorrow. My colleague Julia Borson of CNBC has been spending time with our 3 competing teams, and she is here to introduce them. Julia?
Thanks so much, Erica. As we all know, technology is transforming the way our students learn. So for 3 years in a row, Education Nation has organized a competition to identify smart new learning applications. We call it the Innovation Challenge. 3 teams have been picked by the New School Ventures Fund, and they're competing to show that their innovation will have the biggest impact on student achievement. A company called CodeHS makes programming a computer simple and fun. Gigabright teaches coding using light-up wearable technology. Teachly uses animated programs to teach math concepts and then help teachers evaluate students' progress. The winning team will be given a $75,000 prize provided by the Robin Hood Foundation. It'll be presented right here on this stage tomorrow after a final round of pitches in front of the judges. Now let's see what the teams have been up to so far. The challenge started at 30 Rock in the NBC studios, a Google Plus hangout with the 3 teams and Charles Best, CEO and founder of DonorsChoose.org. I want to welcome everyone. Best gave the teams their first challenge.
Which of you can generate the most generosity, most support for technology projects on your giving page?
Altogether, the teams raised almost $8,000 for Donors Choose Classroom projects. Teachly won the competition and 5 points. On Thursday, the teams got right down to business at the CNBC studios. Their second challenge was a tough one. Try to impress Mad Money host Jim Cramer.
Don't throw away all the lessons that I teach you. You're going to need them.
Team CodeHS kicked things off.
CodeHS is the best way for high schools to teach computer science.
How about the kids who can't afford a computer? What do you do for them?
Team Gigabright took their shot.
Coding is becoming a basic life skill, but not enough kids are getting the chance to learn it.
How much do they think it's like video games?
Then Team Teachly gave it their best.
So U.S. students ranked a dismal 25th out of 34 countries in math performance.
So is this one-on-one or is there a class and everyone's got it?
A tough decision for Cramer.
I think all of you guys are great, but they're making me pick someone, okay, which I truly don't want to do. You guys grab me the most, Teachly.
Team Teachly scored another 5 points. Friday, CodeHS and Gigabright traveled to the Mott Hall School in the Bronx.
Good morning, everyone.
The Gigabright team presented their programmable, wearable electronics to a class of 6th graders.
Has anyone done anything like this before?
Founder Momo Akade grew up in Brooklyn, attended Yale and Stanford. Gigabright's tech advisor, Chelsea Roebuck from Philadelphia, has an engineering degree from Columbia. They want Gigabright to change the way kids look at computers and programming. What did the students think? An A and 5 points for Gigabright. Up next, CodeHS.
Hey everyone, we're very excited to be here.
Talking to a class of 7th graders.
What we're going to do today is we're going to run a little workshop.
CodeHS co-founders Jeremy Keeshan and Zach Gallant met as freshman roommates at Stanford. They hope CodeHS can help kids learn and master computer programming. Their grade? An A and 5 points for CodeHS. The Teachly team went to PS 82 in Queens.
Are you ready? Yeah! All right!
They spoke to a classroom full of first graders.
We came here today to show you our very first game that we made.
Teachly co-founders Dana Pagar, Kara Carpenter, and Rachel Lebrecq are all former teachers who met at Columbia Grad School. They believe their app can change the way lower school kids learn math. Teachly's grade? 5 points for Teachly and straight A's for all 3 teams. On Saturday, the teams headed to the New York Public Library. So today our challenge is the New York City scavenger hunt. It's worth another 5 points. Are we ready to get started? Yeah. Here we go. They followed clues to landmarks in Midtown.
Find a clock frozen in time.
If you know of anyone who knows of a clock frozen in time in this area, we'll be back in 45 minutes and we're going to check in with you. Okay. All right.
There's a clock up there? I don't see a clock.
In the end,
1 point separates the teams.
It was close, but CodeHS won the competition and 5 points.
Congratulations, you guys. Good job. Good job.
With that win, CodeHS had 10 points, Gigabright 5, Teachly 15. Sunday, we returned to the library, the cavernous map room, where the teams practiced their pitch in front of a group of distinguished educators and school administrators.
We're developing educational apps for kids based on cognitive science research.
Can you also show some of the data reporting tools that the teachers would use?
We built a platform that included a programmable sneaker, and kids actually program the sneakers by dragging, dropping, and snapping blocks onto a programming pad.
Could you speak to how students from like different schools or like geographic locations could use the platform to like share their ideas?
It's really, really important for us to understand how does education technology actually work in schools.
You said that there are going to be tutors available?
Yeah.
How frequently are those tutors available for students and teachers?
Then the group had to pick a winner. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've deliberated. Have you reached a verdict?
We have, and while we were impressed with all of the presentations and we think you all have something very valuable to offer, the group has decided that Gigabyte actually is the most innovative, offers the most engaging, practical, and is likely to make the most difference amongst our students. So thank you, congratulations.
These guys have really been busy. Let's meet them now. Teachly is represented by co-founders Dana Pagar, Rachel Lebrecq, and Kara Carpenter. CodeHS is represented by co-founders Jeremy Keeshan and Zach Gallant. And Gigabyte is represented by founder Momo Akade and tech advisor Chelsea Roebuck. So let's see where... So let's see where we stand in the competition right now. It looks like CodeHS has 10 points, and Gigabyte and Teachly are tied with 15 points each. Now, there are still up to 70 points for each team to earn with the remaining challenges, so it's still really anyone's game. Good luck, guys. We'll be checking in with their progress later this afternoon. Thanks so much.
Julia, thank you, and thank you to all of the teams for the Innovation Challenge. Up next, we want to look at some more of the technology, some of the innovations that are already in use, already happening in the classroom. In particular, we want to look at how technology is making personalized learning a reality and also a more powerful tool. In a moment, Andrew Ross Sorkin, co-anchor of CNBC's Squawk Box, will be here with his panel. But first, we want you to take a look at what some of these folks have to say when it comes to personalized learning.
If we're serious about trying to meet the needs of every child, we need to view traditional teacher-led class instruction as just one way kids learn. There are other options. Students can also learn in small groups from each other, or with videos, games, or practice problems on their laptop, or with online instructors, or even by themselves with books, activities, or software. We move from a model that looks like this to a model that looks more like this.
Whether it be learning on a computer, to a space where they're collaborating with their peers, to a seminar with a teacher, to a Socratic discussion with a whole group of people. We need to break down the barriers to learning.
Amplify has created a complete one-to-one tablet solution for K-12. For her lesson on invertebrates, Ms. Costa mixes content preloaded on the tablet with other resources from the web to create a playlist. She can save her playlists in advance and publish them to her students during class. Once in class, she can check her students' understanding with the quick poll feature. Here, Ms. Costa poses a true or false question and tracks responses in real time.
The Newton recommendation is what we call continuously adaptive. What you get next may not always be what you expect. If you happen to be struggling in a math domain, particularly say around word problems, the next best thing might be something that helps you more critically read in order to be able to extract information from those word problems more effectively.
Newton, which is an adaptive learning platform powered with all the content and users and all the data, can make it dramatically better, hyper-individualized profiles that adapts to me every single day at a microscopic level, and use the combined data power of a network of tens of millions of people to help me learn every single concept. It's just going to be fun and see what it does to the human race, because we're all a part of something that is going to change the world forever.
Go ahead. Hi, everyone. We are
That was a great video, guys. We are going to try to mix it up here and have a great conversation about what personalized learning really means, what technology and how it all relates to this, and whether it really works. And let me introduce the panel. You got a brief on who everybody is, but Joel Rose is right over here. We have two Joels, actually, I should say, right next to each other, because we also have Joel Klein of Amplify over here. Then we have Diana Taverner, who's the founder of Summit Public Schools, and Mr. Big Data. We're going to talk about big data and some privacy issues in just a second. Jose Ferreira. Here's where I want to go with this. I want to start with you, Joel. And you are doing tablets and tablets at Amplify to try to do personalized learning. I want to know whether we think this really works. I remember that when I had my best exchanges and my best experiences at school, it was with another teacher on the other side of me. It was one-on-one education. And I'm just not convinced, try to convince me if you could, that if I'm sitting across from what looks like an iPad, it's going to work better.
Well, first of all, nobody disputes one-on-one is critical to everything. So don't worry about the iPad. Let's think about, unfortunately, while the teacher's one-on-one with you, what's happening to the other 24 kids in the classroom? And so to facilitate precisely what you want, Aaron, you need to be able to customize and personalize the experience. That's what we're seeing happening. So we know what works. If we talk about technology, we're talking about the wrong end of the telescope. If we talk about personalized learning, kind of thing that several panelists are deeply engaged in, and the ability of technology, for example, to enable you to customize the experience. So while you're working on fractions, he's working on decimals. The ability of technology to extend the day. So kids after school now can really get together and work together. When we were down in Fulton County, Georgia, these kids would get online about 6 o'clock and they'd be talking about their homework and stuff like that. For the teacher, as we showed in that demo, to be able to get an experience that says, are you guys getting it? And get feedback. For some kids who don't want to raise their hand in class, for them to be able to participate. All of those things for feedback, those are the things we focus on. This is about empowering the teacher and engaging the kids. And what we know from our experience, the kids love it, and the teachers are responding positively.
Joel, this stuff costs a lot of money. This is not a cheap, it may be ultimately cheap if it works right. But we don't know yet. There's no true study that says staring at a screen and playing these games is necessarily improving the game. You were trying to integrate this technology into the classroom. What have you actually seen?
Yeah, I remember, Aaron, I was a former 5th grade teacher, and one day my door flung open, and they said, Mr. Rose, we have 3 computers. Where do you want them? I said, I don't know, put them in the back. And then I got 25 kids and 3 on the computer, and then 1 kid finished early, and he comes into the lesson, and then 1 kid missed his turn yesterday. He raised his hand. It made my life harder. We can't just simply graft technology on the same 1 teacher, 30 kids in a box delivery model and say to the teachers, hey, you guys go work it out, figure out how to integrate technology. You've got to completely redesign the model in ways that are mindful of the space you have, the money you have, the time you have, and the talent you have.
Okay, so you're actually doing this in the classroom.
And in California, where we have no money.
We have no money. So is it working?
Absolutely, and I think the key, as Joel said, is flipping the whole idea upside down. Right now, kids go to industrial model schools where we tell them when to show up, where to go, where to sit, what to learn, when to learn it, on a schedule. And what we've done is said, no, kids need to be empowered. They need to drive their own learning. They need to own their own learning. To do that, you have to personalize it. And so we flipped the whole thing upside down and said, give kids the tools, give them the feedback, give them the power, give them the access 24/7 so they can own and drive their own learning. And that's what this is about. Technology makes that possible. And then the adults, the teachers, are all about high impact activities with kids.
Jose, you've developed a platform for schools and for teachers in particular. How hard is it, if you're a teacher in this audience, how hard is it to actually use the platform? How much work does it take? How much added work does it take on top of already building a class program?
So we've been mindful to produce a platform that teachers can ignore, and students go home and they have personalized digital textbooks that adapt them down to the concept, and that produces an incredible amount of data that teachers can then see if they want. So they can see, hey, that one kid is struggling. I think she's really smart. I don't understand why she's struggling so much. And there's a dashboard down to the concept of what that child knows and how she learns it. So teachers can get involved with that dashboard, but they can get just high-level views and focus on that if they want to.
Let's talk about how much this costs. If I'm an educator, how much does it cost to put this program into practice?
I don't think that this transition, I mean, I view this as part of a one-time transition of technology suddenly becoming more useful. And I don't think that transition needs to be net more expensive, because a lot of what goes into a textbook is wasted money. It's paper, printing, shipping, binding. And as you go to digital products, you can both improve via data, you can improve the product, but you should also, in theory, be able to keep costs the same or lower.
Right. Joel, I'm going to go to the other issue, though. Same issue. For a teacher, how much, hopefully this all is supposed to make the whole thing so much more efficient. But I know, having talked to teachers, anytime you bring something new into the classroom, it takes a lot more time to figure out, A, how to use it, and to implement it right.
Right, because oftentimes we don't design the context for this to be successful. We simply say to the teachers, here's your technology, here's your software, here's your data reports, here's the new checklist, go. Good luck trying to figure out how to actually make use of it. What we find is critical is actually putting the time into the research and design around the entire delivery model itself. What is the role of teachers? Where will kids put their backpacks? What happens if the substitute teacher one day? How does grading work? Answering all these questions as a piece really takes away the pain that you're talking about.
Let me make something clear, though, because I think you're setting up a straw man that we should knock down.
Okay, knock it down.
You've got to invest heavily in preparing teachers. When Diane did what she didn't just say what Joel said. Somebody showed up and said, where do you put the computers? If you don't understand that these things have no inherent value, it's how they're used. And yes, it's going to take time. Make the dashboard as simple as possible. Give the information to the teacher. But again, realize she wasn't looking at a dashboard a little while ago. Right. So help her explain. We've got, for example, in Delaware with Jack Markle, we've got data coaches all over the state of Delaware. And I've met with these teachers there, and they're telling me the data helps them. What does it help them do? It helps them personalize, helps them customize. The tablet, Joel mentioned an absentee teacher. Everybody knows when you have a teacher who's sick. We've had teachers use the tablet to dial in and teach the classroom literally from home. We've had kids who are sick dialing in. So keep thinking.
I used to always give the sub a hard time, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, no. And a lot of kids like to stay home and not do their work, so it's a good thing to keep them plugged in. But think about it in terms of the functionality and understand if you're not prepared to invest in teachers, this is not like giving a kid a tablet and saying, go at it. If you're not prepared to make the investment in your teaching force, to get them to know what they're doing, how to use this to make it more effective, it's not going to work.
So if I put your tablet in my classroom, A, how much does it cost? And B, what type of work does it take to make it integrated properly into my classroom?
So the basic cost of the tablet is $300, and for the software and the subscription and the supports and everything, it's $99.
So it's a $400 project?
For $400 plus $99 per year, so it could be more. But the basic tablet is about...
What happens if the kid breaks it on his way home?
You have to replace the tablet.
At $300?
And, well, we build into the contracts, and the schools ask for a certain number of replacements.
So I get some extra?
Right, but look, what Jose said is right. Think about all the money we're spending on textbooks. I mean, think about, your kids probably use tablets.
Yep.
If they do, why do you want them to use it? I was with people last night who were saying, my kid is playing more education games now on his tablet. Why should we shut down the tablet when it can help teachers and engage kids? These are the way kids are learning in multiple ways. But it can't be done device-driven. It's got to be done in a very different way. Go ahead.
No, I completely agree. People are obsessed by the device. It's not about the device.
It's about what's on the device. But let me then throw this at you. Every year, Apple comes out with a new device. Every year, Samsung and whomever comes out with a new device. And so it's $300 this year, but if I'm a school district that wants to keep up with the Joneses, aren't I going to have to come back to you for the next device next year? I mean, this becomes, this goes to the larger issue of total cost. Does this become healthcare?
I don't think so, because...
Well, here's how we've thought about it. So we're actually using Chromebooks, and
Chromebooks. These are the Google Chromebooks.
Google Chromebooks, $250 a Chromebook, going down on an annual basis, and our plan is to replace them every 2 years. So that's the cycle of life for them. It's built into our budget. Again, on the California budget, we can do it. Certainly, you can do it in New York.
How many books have you stopped buying as a result?
All of them.
All of them. So there are no books in your classrooms at all.
Well, we have some books, some novels and those types of books, although we have an e-reader platform now at Gobstopper we're using, which is phenomenal, and I see us going in that direction, because here's what it does. it's like having the teacher with you when you're reading. So the kid opens up the book on their Chromebook, they're reading along, and all of a sudden an icon pops up and I'm there as their teacher. I videotaped myself. I said, did you just hear what you just read? Look at that, what was that? And I can embed web links and I can put questions in there, and I'm getting that data real time as a teacher. I know when my student's reading, what they know and what they don't know. When they walk in the classroom, I don't have to give them a quiz. I know what they know. I can get right to teaching.
Let me ask you, this is a very basic question. Does everybody on this panel believe that reading off of a screen is more immersive and ultimately better for learning than reading a piece of paper? Because I will tell you, if I had the option of reading a book on paper or a screen, by default, I would tell you, as much as I love to carry around my iPad and it's more convenient, I feel much more immersed in the paper experience. Does anybody want to take that?
I will, because we do focus groups with our kids. So we actually, on a weekly basis, are asking our students about their experience, surveying them, gathering their data, and sitting down and asking them about it. And what the data tells us is our kids are more engaged, reading more when they're reading on this platform, because someone's there with them. It's an interactive experience. And they'll even choose to read on their phone, believe it or not, versus when we send a book home with them and then we give them all these papers separately and ask them to answer these questions and give them a quiz.
But I think you also want to look at what you can do with an e-reader that's entirely different. So the kind of data and information, how much time, which kids are spending where, that becomes important. Second of all, we have an e-reader, so if a kid doesn't understand a word, it literally flips up. The kid clicks on it, doesn't have to leave the page. In your world, if you don't understand a word, and I know that's very few and far between, but nevertheless.
Not so much.
Nevertheless, for a kid, this happens a lot. I don't want the kid putting his book down, getting a dictionary and stuff like that. In addition, once he's clicked on it, I now know, and the machine knows, over the next several weeks, we're going to shoot to this kid a half a dozen videos on the definition of that word, so we can help him learn. So you begin to see the power of this, not simply as either or, but re-enhancing. And I would point out, as you know, lots and lots of people in America prefer to read on ebooks. But it's not just neutral, it's what the tools can do in the learning experience. We are educators, we're not just reading a book.
And I just add that we do math, not reading, but I can tell you that there are some kids who like learning virtually, some kids who like learning collaboratively, some kids like learning from a teacher, and I'm sure the same is true in math. The beauty of these next generation models is we can figure out which approaches work best for which kids.
Do we believe, by the way, that this personalized learning works as well for math and science as it does for history and writing and social studies?
Yeah. I mean, we're working in all subjects as Joel.
Any distinction in terms of success rate?
I think it's very early in the personalization efforts. I mean, we've been spending 4 years just on middle grade math. We feel great about where we are. Teachers College is going to put out a report later this fall on the results from that. And then we're going to begin to focus on what personalization means in other subject areas. But in our view, we've got to spend the next, as a nation, 5 years really designing completely different ways of delivering instruction, and then watch those results to come in after that.
Okay, Josie, I want to go to this. You are collecting the data. You have all of it. You're like Google. You're like the education NSA. You know everything. And this is a serious issue. You are going to be able, not only are you going to be able to track, you have to make this work, you have to be able to track the students. And ultimately, I imagine you'll track not only what they're reading, but where they are and at what time they're learning best, all of those things. Who owns that information?
Well, the way we structure our partnerships is that everybody owns their piece of the pie. So the student owns his or her information, and the parent, if there's a parent involved, obviously, and primary, secondary. The textbook publisher owns the information of its students. The schools own the information of its students, and then we own it as well. We don't. My company doesn't hold personally identifiable information. We just pass it through. But what we can do with it is hook up everybody's data, proficiency data, into one place. So we can figure out exactly what students know, how well they know it down to the percentile versus everybody else, down to the atomic concept, and then figure out how they learn it best. So they learn math best in the morning. If that's true, we'll know it. So
okay, I want to know about this in the classroom. If you get that data, I remember for me, I had a tough third grade, seriously, very tough third grade, but I wanted to have a fresh start fourth grade. I remember this like it was yesterday. If my mother was here, she'd tell you about it. And the reason I raised that is because back then the teachers from third grade to fourth grade didn't talk to each other that much. And so I actually could get that fresh start. It was actually a good thing for me. Mm-hmm. It might be a bad thing for other people. I imagine in a new world where all this data is going to be shared, there is no place for me to hide.
There isn't, but that's a good thing. And here, may this might blow your mind. So We don't have to even have 3rd and 4th grade anymore. You don't have to wait a year for a fresh start. Like, our kids are getting a fresh start on a weekly basis. So one of the beautiful things of this type of learning is you don't have once and done and you're out. You know, in 3rd grade, they taught you fractions on, you know, 1 week, and the next week you moved on and you missed it, and then you had to like get behind. So our kids are constantly able to go back and revisit. They're working on what they need to work on, when they need to work on it. It's not based on the schedule or the calendar or the fact that we need to go, you know, pick the fields in the summer.
Right.
Literally, it's based on what the student needs when they need it. You don't need 4th grade for a fresh start. You get a fresh start next week.
But Andrew, you're right that the profile will travel. So when you go
the profile will travel,
grade,
and will it travel all the way? You know, I remember I took the SATs, and you got to actually split the math and the English so that, you know, you could pick the best one. It sounds like if all of my information is going everywhere, I can't show off.
Well, profiles travel today. I mean, school districts keep information, they keep grades from kindergarten through 12th grade to the diploma, so that's nothing new than what we already see today. Okay,
let's talk about one other major issue while we're sitting here. Accessibility. So we have talked about cost, and I imagine some of the schools that you're involved in are using this, but there are places that I would think that this is just really tough.
Certainly there's an issue nationally right now getting schools access to broadband, and there's now a national
But it's the school, it's after school, it's getting home. I was with Sal Khan, who everybody here knows, I imagine. He was telling me there was a program they put together with laptops. They were actually handing out laptops to students. The kids were getting robbed on their way home, and the laptops are being taken. Serious. So when you think about handing out the tablets, you know, are there districts where you just say, you know what, they're not ready yet?
No, you got to work with it. Just none of them are sort of preconceived ready, and the whole issue of Wi-Fi. I mean, one of the things we did is create a relationship with AT&T, so you can build 4G, which has equity importance. Same thing when you give the.
So all of these things have 4G in them now?
If the school district wants it, they can have 4G.
How much more is that?
It's about $59 for.
Okay, there are teachers in the audience. They want to know how much it costs.
And it costs. We've got a good cheap data plan, but you got to put a radio inside the tablet and stuff like that. But you know, fundamentally, it's not just again about giving it to them. It's teaching them, working. The kids got to learn to respect the tablet. They've got to learn that it's a machine and it's not something you play baseball with. So all those kind of issues you got to build in to the process, and I think you can do that. But in terms of opportunity, it seems to me this could be the great equalizer, because it's going to give kids real opportunities to extend the day, extend the year, to work together in groups. It's going to give teachers a chance to give feedback off hours and things like that, which they're willing to do. So I think this thing, far from being an accessibility problem, as we roll it out over time, and this is not going to happen overnight, I think it's going to be something that it really empowers these kids and enables them to get a better opportunity, not a worse.
Let me ask you one other question, then I want to go to you. When you think about all of the data that can be collected, and you think about running a school system the way you did, it sounds to me that the good news also is that you'll be able to track not just the students, but ultimately each class and the teacher's success on a literally day-by-day basis. Is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing?
So it seems to me the good thing, school districts are now tracking these things, which Joel says is right. I mean, people are looking at what teachers are doing. Some good schools like Summit are working with those teachers all the time to help them improve. That's what you want, and that's where data can help too. If a teacher's got a class, we have a little tool that we use. So the teacher's class tells her 17 out of 20 kids are getting fractions. And then all of a sudden you get the decimals and 11 out of 20. That means there's something we ought to be looking at with her and working with her. All of this can be helpful. That doesn't mean there's not abuses, and we got to be careful. I mean, what Jose said before is right. The data should be owned by the school district for its use with the kids. And there are federal laws that govern this stuff. I mean, it's not just like you can take the data and move it around. So I think if we do this intelligently, we can actually enhance the learning process and be respectful of the privacy and other concerns you're talking about.
Right. Joel, you wanted to say something.
Well, just, you know, I think we're all excited about the power of personalization, but none of us would say that this is pixie dust that will take care of every challenge that schools face each and every day. I think personalization can raise all boats, but obviously teachers matter a lot, security matters a lot, and cultures in schools matter quite a bit.
Teachers, let's talk about the role of teachers in all of this. I mean, everyone said that now you have to get very involved in this, but in terms of the preparation, I still just want to go back to the preparation issue. How much education is ultimately going to be needed for the teachers themselves to be able to do this? How easy is it to implement? How difficult is it really to do? Do you have to go to a class to actually learn how to put some of, I mean, the stuff that you're doing, for example, do you have to learn how to use the platform? How hard is it?
Well, it's just a very powerful toolkit, and it's a new toolkit. But there was the time when, when computers first entered schools, or when Microsoft Office first entered schools, and teachers kind of gathered around and learned how to use those, and those became endemic to the system. And ours is a very powerful toolkit, but a lot of it can be done at home. A lot of it can be done with very little teacher input. But the teachers who want to get involved and use it, they get more power out of it, sure. And we support those with a lot of implementation specialists.
What about you?
In our case, we've redesigned the whole school around this. And so it actually enables teachers to do more of what they're trained to do, as opposed to the current system where they're isolated in their classroom, where they don't have access to their peers, they can't collaborate, they don't have information about their kids. It's all contained in, what can I find out in this hour period of time. We're getting real-time feedback, and so it empowers them to do what they've been trained to do and what we're continuously supporting them to grow and how they'll develop.
Let's take it out 10 years. Forget about next year. What does this all look like 10 years from now? If I'm a student, take me back to 3rd grade. What is the experience like? Is everyone get issued a tablet? Is it even crazier than that? I don't even know.
No, but first of all, if you'd had this, maybe your 3rd grade would have been an entirely different experience. So we want to always look for the upside here. I think understand this is a tool. The key to the teaching and learning equation is going to be the teacher and the student. And the question is, can these tablets help them? And there are lots of ways they can, lots of things that personalize, customize. Her teachers would be the best proof of the efficacy. She invested hard in getting them, they worked together in committees to actually do the turnaround. They became the spearhead in what was going on. So then you can see the opportunity. So when I say before, the teacher can use this to help differentiate. She can use this to do little things like spot checks. She can use this to drive rich, immersive content. So one of the things we've done, Aaron, which has had enormous success, is that we've given these kids a hard book to read on an e-reader, but we've done dramatic readings, for example, with the guy who starred Jackie Robinson, 42. This guy reads the first chapter of Frederick Douglass, and the kids get more excited about it because it came to life for them. Teachers like that. They want to have that available. So this becomes a tool in the toolkit. You don't have to carry around 5 or 6 textbooks, 90% of which you'll never read, and you can have constant feedback and information so the kid can get smarter, the teacher can get smarter, the school system can get smarter.
What does it look like?
I'm not so sure there is a 3rd grade. I think kids come to school and there's a progression that can take them from kindergarten through 12th grade, where they can get personalized learning, whether it's through a teacher, online, collaborative, all the different ways the kids can learn, and everyday students are getting an experience that is most likely to be successful for each one.
Last time I was at his school, this was really amazing. It was January, and I walked in, it was in 8th grade. I walked in and I asked the first kid, what are you doing? He said, he was online, he said, I'm so glad you asked. I said, why? He said, it's January 14th, I'm starting the 9th grade. And I said, what do you mean you're starting in 9th grade? He said, well, I finished all the 8th grade work. I wanted to move ahead. So I thought to myself, this is exactly what he had in mind. Next thing I asked 2 kids, they're online texting away. I said, what are you doing? He said, we're talking to our tutor. Where's your tutor? In Mumbai. Is your tutor being helped? My tutor's totally focused on me. I can ask my teacher what I need to ask my teacher, but in the interim, I'm getting a lot of personalized attention and learning. And what Joel's learned, and he's got lots of data to support it, is for different kids, different ways. And his algorithm gets richer and richer as the day goes by, so that you understand even some kids, if you want to teach them math, give them a lot of sports. It really gets them excited. For other kids, that wouldn't work. But that kind of differentiation is all built in to what we can accomplish here.
Take me out 10 years.
So I think there's still a 3rd grade, and I think the structure looks much as it does now, except the membranes will be more permeable. So kids will move forward or backward, or they'll just move sideways, or they'll move forward more likely in a few areas. Like I'm forward in math, but I'm still in my same cohort, right? And I think that there'll be more online class options. So if my school doesn't teach German and I want to learn that, or it doesn't teach Mandarin and I want to learn that, you'll be able to take live online classes and they'll be very, very good. And you'll have, the tablets won't be a big, everyone will have a tablet, they'll be cheap then. And it's the content that's on them that matters, and that content will be customized to each kid down to the sentence in real time.
Okay, final question for you, and then if we have a little bit of time, I just want to open up real briefly to the audience, so if you got a question, go to the mic. The question is this: social interaction. All of us are going to be in our screens, we're going to be learning, and this is all very good, but I want to know about what the relationship is going to be like between my peers, between the teacher, between the principal, with my parents.
Yeah, this is the greatest fear and the greatest myth, I believe, of personalized learning, that kids are by themselves when they're learning personally. And in fact, it's quite the contrary. So they are fully engaged in interacting with their peers on a regular basis and with their teachers in a much more productive, natural way. They're sitting side by side and working with each other. They're in group works. And, you know, it's like us when we're in a meeting together. I've got my laptop on the side and my phone over here, and so do you do. And we're using that as a tool. We're meeting together and we're talking together. The kids are totally engaged. Our schools don't have walls anymore. They're moving freely and they're going where they need to go and seeing who they need to see and asking help. We've got comfortable furniture. They're not in hard desks. It's totally social and interactive.
How many people have the device right now in their hands?
All of my students. Every single one.
How many students?
I have 6 schools, 1,600 students.
It's pretty cool. Let's take some questions from the audience if we could. If we have anybody who wants to go to a mic.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Noah Gottbaum. I'm a parent of 3 in the public school system and an elected member of a school board here in New York City. One of the issues I have is that this is about, unfortunately, so much of this is about profits and not about our kids. Chancellor Klein, you said that you're an educator, but you're not an educator. You were never trained as an educator. You're a businessman. And your goal as a businessman is to tap the $500 billion market that your boss, Rupert Murdoch, has set up. That is your goal. But that goal, I would say, is at odds with educating my kids. And so I ask you, how, in this forum, in this sense, can we honestly trust you, listen to you as an expert, while at the same time, your goal, your salary, your end product is based on the profit that you make?
And the gloves come off. Yes, sir.
I think it's quite simple, quite frankly. I think what I've said and what's obvious is this will only work if it's embraced by teachers and it's effective with kids. And there's no way that it's going to happen unless the teachers of America think it makes their job more effective, makes them more able to customize and personalize. There are lots of things that go into schools on a for-profit basis, like textbooks, like computers, and so forth. And again, those things have been helpful, and they work, and they add to it. So it seems to me the question is not whether an organization is for-profit or not-for-profit. The question is the value of what one brings to the organization. As you know well, I spent 8+ years as chancellor of the New York City public school system. And during that time, one of the things that I looked for and constantly looked for, and was really fortunate, is to have people like Joel Rose come up with new, better, and innovative ideas. But the system, the teachers, the principals, they're the ones who are going to determine the value of this. And I'm willing to take the risk that they will find it valuable, because I think it will be valuable to them. But it's up to them in the end. And if it doesn't work for our kids and it doesn't work for our teachers, then they shouldn't buy it.
I would just say we as a parent, as teachers, we have Common Core, for example, foisted on us. We don't have a choice or a say in that matter. And that is, a lot of it is being driven also by profit. Right. So you say we have a say, but I would question that.
You had state standards forever, and as far as I know, no, and state standards have been adopted by states throughout the country forever and ever. The good news about Common Core, as David Coleman and others said, is we're finally going to have standards that are aligned with the realistic expectations of what our kids need to do. So this is actually a replacement and a better replacement.
Okay, sir, thank you for your question. Sir, you got a question?
Yes, my name's Jim Colmus from EDGE, and there's a great panel. One thing, though, about technology, it's a moving target. It's constantly changing. What do you foresee the classroom will look like in, like, 5 years from now?
Anybody want to take that? We touched on that a little bit.
I didn't get it earlier.
But so
I'm happy. So I think that classrooms are less about classrooms and more about schools and more about the student experience. And I think you're going to go into schools and you're going to see kids in small groups and then working one-on-one and then working in larger groups. And I think you're going to see technology as tools there. I think it will be sort of seamlessly integrated into the experience. And it's a tool to give immediate feedback, to be able to communicate with each other, to be able to deliver really personalized, on-the-spot, individual instruction when needed. And I think you're going to go in and not even see the technology. It'll just be a part of the furniture.
I just want to add, I think schools in 5 years are going to look a lot like they do today if there aren't more organizations, nonprofit, for-profit, that are trying to create new ways of doing this. You know, just because the sun comes up doesn't mean that industries evolve. Computers have been around for 20 years. People have been talking about the future of education for a long time, and it still basically looks the same way it has many years ago. So what we really need to sort of answer your question is more energy and more support around innovation to actually bring this future to life.
This is so critical when you think about it. Every other industry in America has gone through this kind of transformation. None of us would want to go to our doctor without the technology that our doctor uses, the data that he or she has, and all the information that they're now available that never was. In the media and entertainment fields, when you think about the way we get our news, the way we get our information, all of that has changed. And the answer to your question, I would suggest, is it's not going to be homogeneous. I've seen different teachers do it very differently. Some like to work their kids in small groups and drive content to them. Some like to conduct the classroom through the tablet all by themselves and work in a traditional way. What we really need to do is to bring the dynamism and energy that I think our teachers desperately want and the kind of engagement that our kids are used to in so many different ways. Match those up, and we're going to learn so very much. When people always ask me, what is it going to look like 5 years from now, I always say, thank God in the next 5 years I will get a chance to look at so many different classrooms with so many different teachers and so many different kids, and we'll all constantly learn by that, rather than just have an image in my mind right now.
Let me just ask you a final, and then we'll let you all go. One of the things that has not been raised in any of this is the idea, everyone here has said a teacher is very important, you need teachers in the classroom, but people have talked, I apologize, over time about MOOCs, about the idea that there's going to be the best teacher in the world and you're going to be able to watch them Skyped to you, just the way you talked about a substitute, being able to be Skyped through to a tablet. Do we think at all this is going to change the actual in-classroom experience? Do we think that actually the teacher's role on a daily basis is going to be different, that they're going to become a helper, not a teacher, and that you're actually going to get taught by a completely different person? That's something that has not been touched on, but has been raised in other forums.
I think it's not been touched on because I don't think that's what we believe, these folks who are sitting on this stage right now. And I think that is, yes, the role of the teacher will be changed to become a fundamentally better role, the role that I got into teaching for, which is I really wanted to help kids. I really wanted to engage with kids. I wanted my activities to be high value, high leverage. Right now on Fridays, my students sit one-on-one with their teacher every single Friday, and they go through and they set goals and they make plans and they have individual conferences and discussions. Like, that's a role that teachers love playing, and they don't get to do it right now. And they can in this new era. Our teachers are leaders. They're leading full curriculum, development. They're designing the schools. They're engaged in that process. So yeah, it's a fundamentally different but fundamentally better role. What I would argue why we got into teaching.
Okay, but ultimately no less teachers. The classrooms are not going to get bigger because people are going to say that it's easier to personalize with all this technology.
If you're a 6th grade teacher today, we've got classrooms where the average kid comes in on a 4th grade level. Some kids in a 3rd grade or 2nd grade. You're given a 6th grade textbook, you're told your kids are going to take a 6th grade test, and they darn well better do good. And by the way, the bar is even going to be higher now because of Common Core. It is an incredibly hard job. We've got to completely rethink that. And the essential ingredient in that new model is teachers teaching kids. They're just not teaching all kids the same thing at the same time.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. I want to thank you for the conversation. I want to thank you for the questions. This has been terrific. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Andrew and to all the panelists. A fantastic discussion. And we do want to let you know that Andrew will be back shortly with part 2 of the discussion. At this moment, though, we'd like to acknowledge the sponsor of the discussion, and that is the Robin Hood Foundation. If you could please welcome Executive Director David Saltzman. David?
Thank you. I'm David Saltzman, and for the last 25 years, I've had the extraordinary good luck to be the executive director of Robin Hood, New York City's largest poverty-fighting organization. We've been at the forefront of applying business principles to philanthropic giving. Over the past 25 years, we've made grants of more than $1.5 billion to the most effective schools, soup kitchens, homeless shelters, and job training programs to help our neighbors earn and learn their way out of poverty. We've learned a great deal about how to get the highest return on our investments. Our strongest investment? Education. As all of you know, there's simply no better way to provide our children with the tools they need to live lives of opportunity. Each year, we invest at least $75 million in educational efforts. We always search for new and innovative ways to close the achievement gap that exists between children in poverty and their more affluent peers. We support early childhood education, schools, technology, community colleges, and programs to improve adult literacy. All of us at Robin Hood applaud NBC News and Education Nation for raising the level of dialogue about education in this country. We are honored to partner with Education Nation on this year's Innovation Challenge, and we are thrilled to partner with all of you to improve opportunities for the children of this Education Nation. Thank you.
David, thank you. In just a moment, Andrew Ross Sorkin will continue that conversation about the importance of technology with a great panel. But first, he's here for a one-on-one conversation with Tim Armstrong, CEO and chairman of AOL. Andrew?
Thank you again. You're stuck with me twice in a row, but I'm happy to have Tim Armstrong here, who runs AOL, and more importantly, revolutionized, changed AOL. I will tell you, and he knows this because we've talked about it before, that when you got this job, I thought that this was a company that was not reinventable. And one of the conversations that we're having today is about reinventing education and what's required, what's the strategy to do that. And so just big picture, you're the CEO, and let's make you the CEO of the education world. Be the turnaround artist. What do you do?
Well, first, Andrew, it's good to see you, and thanks for having me. You know, when we started the turnaround of AOL, we basically started with three really simple things. One was, what's the strategy, what's the structure, and what's the cost structure? And I'm not an expert on education, but I get the educational output of the employees and partners we have that we work with. And I think, you know, it's really important when you look forward. When we did the turnaround of AOL, we basically had to have an art of war strategy of where's the world going to be in 5 or 10 or 15 years, and how do we choose the areas that we're going to focus on. And when I look at the education system right now, which I think is really important, is what are the 3 big bullet points for the next 15 years about where education's going, and being on the receiving end of getting students coming out of, you know, education. One is, I would say, globalization is such a mega trend that if our education system doesn't educate people for globalization, that is a huge challenge. The second piece is creativity. I think that gets overlooked. Engineering gets talked a lot about, but really to be competitive in the world right now as platforms are going global, you have to have the world's most creative people working with you. It could be engineers, could be content people. And the third thing, which is really critical, is the ability to, on a socialization side, to work with other people. And you know, there is so much talk about technology and education and those things, which I think is critical. But last night I was putting one of my kids to bed, and my son said to me, "Hey, can I talk to you about my teachers, Dad?" So we had about a 25-minute conversation about each one of his teachers individually, and he has lots of technology at school, but in effect you have to have the technology mixed with the teachers, and that socialization thing is, I think, something that's going to be more and more important as time goes on.
So you're in the hiring market. You're hiring people out of school. I know it. I have a couple friends who've gone to work for you. What are you finding? Do you find the students out of the box have the skills that you need? And what are the skills, if there was one type of person that you're trying to hire right now, what's the background? What does it look like?
Yeah, I think essentially you want somebody who is technologically savvy because of the industry we work in, but you want somebody who also is able to clearly communicate ideas, whether that's through writing or whether that's working with other people. And you know, if you sort of look at what AOL's issues were as a company, AOL had a big legacy issue, which the company's 25 plus years old. It lived through a dynamic period at the start of the internet, but then we've had to change the workforce to kind of catch up to where the internet is today. And I think education is the same thing. I mean, I look at some of the school systems, and I visit a lot of schools. We work with citizen schools, we work with NIFTY, we work with a whole bunch of other programs that are sort of outside the normal school system. And you compare the normal school system to the charter schools and some of those other programs, you have those two programs probably need to be more mixed overall. And from where I sit right now, the most important single skill set that we need is people educated on the way the world works today, which is a collaborative way. It's not so much that you're the CEO and you can dictate what goes on. I have to work in a very collaborative environment.
Can you find enough talented people? And let me just posit this with you. I was with a Fortune, let's call him Fortune 50 CEO, probably about a year ago. And he said, I just hired 5,000 people. And I thought, this is terrific, 5,000 people. And then I said, where? He said, well, about 1,000 in the United States, 4,000 outside of the country. And I said, well, why? And my knee-jerk response, because he was talking about India and Singapore and Argentina, I thought maybe they were outsourcing some of their call centers and some. I was thinking about this completely backwards. These were real jobs. These were engineering jobs. These were high-paying jobs. And when I asked him, why are you doing that? He said two things. He said, one, we can't find enough of them here, and we can't find enough of them efficiently. I would think in this day and age of the internet, you should be able, in the US, you should be able to find these people. And two, and this is sort of a larger issue that I'm not sure, maybe the education system will have an impact on, is the secondary issue of the real growth for so many companies, even US-based companies, is not here, it's elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's a big issue. U.S. is 4% of the population. You can't run a global company at this point on 4% of the population, so you have to look globally. But underneath what you just said, I think is a very important thing for the education system, which is we've never lived in a world where there are going to be billions of people on singular platforms, and those platforms are actually going to be in the school systems and in businesses. A lot of the schools that I visit use things like Google Docs and other things to communicate. The businesses we deal with also use those platforms. So if you think about a world where there's going to be 5 billion additional people connected to the internet, so there'll be 4, 5, 6, 7 billion people connected to the internet in the next 10 years, where schools and businesses are using those platforms, the global race for talent is going to get so intense because you're going to be able to find global talent everywhere in the world. And what was very hard before was understanding where the talent was, what it was, how it worked. As those platforms get across the entire world, it's very easy to find the most talented people in the world. And the U.S. education challenge is we can't be average. And internally inside the company, Thomas Friedman's quote of average is over. You're going to have a very hard time competing as an average educated person, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on making education non-average.
How much of this, though, is about producing mathematicians and engineers? On a percentage basis, in terms of new hires to your company, I assume you need lots of engineers to do what you're doing. But how many have an engineering background? How many are English majors?
It's about half and half right now, and I think engineering is critical. There needs to be reform in this country about how we get other engineers from other countries to come here, which is a huge topic.
And you push for immigration reform, and you think that's a good thing.
Yes.
Though it ultimately is going to make it much harder for every educator that's in this room because we're going to be competing against people who are going to be brought in, correct?
Correct. But I think it also, in a competitive, you can either stick your head in the sand or we can compete. And the biggest thing that you see things like Mayor Bloomberg doing of bringing education centers in for engineering in New York City is instead of worrying about whether or not we're going to compete, is to just go compete. And nothing would make me happier if we could fill all the engineering jobs just in the U.S. with U.S. people. But right now, we're not spending enough time, energy, and focus on recruiting engineers into the education system. And then there's other big issues which people in this room are much more bigger experts on, but we still have an issue where the majority of people entering education to teach come from the same backgrounds, look the same. We need to diversify who's actually teaching the students as well. And I would say also, I think there's something different between scholarly education and life education. There's a whole bunch of students and a whole bunch of people I work with that, whether or not they did really well in the normal education system, they've been great entrepreneurs and they've done great things. And I would ask a question of, How do you take what the world needs, what the U.S. needs 10 years from now, 15 years from now, if today was your first day on planet Earth, what would you expect us to be teaching in the school system to make sure 10 years from now we're ultra competitive? And I think you'd see a different type of course load being taught right now, and you'd expect the teacher mix to change over time, those things. But just like the turnaround of AOL, you have to be willing to change.
Okay, here's a management question then. There are some people who clearly want to change in a very big way in the education system. We just had a technology personalization panel. There are people who are doing charter schools, lots of other interesting things going on. There are union issues from a management perspective. There are testing issues. When your own employees, you do 360 reviews.
Yeah.
Do you think that every teacher, how would you review the teachers? How would you, if you were going to start fresh, can you do it with the system we have?
I mean, again,
as a manager,
if you showed up today and today was your first day on the planet and you looked at the education system or you looked at the business system, you would expect to be output based. How are the students doing overall? One thing I would tell people to do, if I'm sure you guys have done this, if you look through all of the public education documentation from the government and from a lot of other places, a lot of the focus is actually on the teachers and number of teachers. And I come from a family of 4 uncles that are teachers. I have a sister-in-law that's a teacher. Teachers are really important. It's very hard to find what the actual output of what you want the students to do. So me as the CEO of AOL, I would come to you and say, I want students who are technology proficient. I want students that are socialized. I want students that are in shape and healthy. And if you look at the outputs of what I see coming out of education, a lot of it is arguments over teachers and unions and those type of things. And if I were running it as a business, I would go back to, at AOL, it's what do we put on the screen? What does the consumer see? What does the student, how do you measure the student performance at scale, and how do you have 360 reviews of how the students feel?
How do you, and let me push back. There are people who will say you can have the best teacher in the world, but if you don't have the parents there supporting the kid, it's hard to judge, and unfair, some would argue. To judge the teacher. So you have employees who have lots of constituents on all sides. How do you measure them?
So I would look. I read this in The Economist, I think, a year ago. 9% of kids' time are at school until they're 18 years old. 91% is out of school. So the parents have to play an ultra-critical role in that. But once you get inside the school system itself, you have to rely on the fact that social programs or the social fabric and culture in the United States is going to help the 91%. The 9% when kids are in school comes down to, and I go back to the macro strategy, is what is the strategy of the United States education system? At AOL, I have a 3-bullet point strategy that we use. All of our decisions get aimed towards that, who we hire, what things we invest in, those things. If you look at the outputs of the U.S. education system right now, there are big, bold statements like we want to have the highest college graduation rate in the world, to go back to being #1. That may be the right output. From what I'm seeing from the education system, I would rather have the output be every kid is going to graduate with being technology proficient. Every kid is going to graduate understanding the socialization side of how you work in the workforce. And one thing that no one's ever asked me for, but I'm sure all the companies would do it, is how do you poll currently where we're all investing, and we're a for-profit corporation investing billions of dollars for jobs in the future. I'd be interested in the top 100 companies or 500 companies. What are the 3 or 5 biggest things we're all putting our money against, and how do you compare that to what the students need to be educated about?
Okay. Tim Armstrong, thank you for this. Really appreciate the conversation.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to step to the side right here for a second. I don't know if the light's going to follow me, because we're going to bring up some other people, and we're going to continue this conversation, and really continue a conversation about money, about entrepreneurism, about business. We just did our panel on technology and personalization and what that all means. But there is a lot of money that's riding on this. There's a lot behind all this, and right now we're going to try to begin a conversation about what that all means, all the venture capital dollars that are coming behind all of this. Is it good? Is it bad? Some of it's for profit, some of it's not for profit. And that's what this conversation is ultimately going to be about. Let me introduce some of our panelists here, if I could. You're not lined up the way I had you on my card, so I'm going to go around and let me just say, this is Deborah Quazzo. We've done this little rodeo together before, and she is terrific. She's a venture capitalist. She's got money on all of this, so we're going to talk about what that all means. We have Ben Kaufman over here from Quirky, who runs one of the coolest companies you will ever see, one of the great entrepreneurs of our time. Started when you were, what, 19 years old?
17.
17 years
17,
old.
yeah.
If anybody here has an iPhone and uses something called a Mophie, so that it actually, the battery lasts, he created that first. That's him. Thank you. Yes, give him an applause. That's correct. Right here I have Jenny Magarea. Am I pronouncing that right?
Magera, yeah.
Magera, and I apologize. And she's from the Academy of Urban School Leadership, and we have a lot to talk about on that end. And then I don't want to mispronounce your name, but I think this one should be easy. Jesse Woolley Wilson?
Woolley Wilson.
Woolley Wilson.
Yeah.
It's sort of
it's like a woolly bear.
Yeah. She's the president and CEO of Dreambox Learning. I want to start. I was not going to start with you, but I, you know, something that something that Tim said got me thinking. And when you think about the next generation, can entrepreneurship be taught? You know, for all of what we're talking about here, we're trying to learn a lot of things, and we're going to talk about money and what that all means. But you started doing this when you were 17. And I want to know, was there anything that ever happened in a classroom that got you to this point?
Well, I started Mophie in the back of math class, so that may count. I'm not sure that gives me more credit or less credit in this conversation, but I did start Mophie in the back of math class. I think I did learn how to be an entrepreneur, but I learned by watching my mom. I didn't learn from a teacher. That said, I think there's a lot of cool programs out there for people to learn. Quirky's involved with Nifty, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's happening out there. But I did learn. I learned from my mom.
You learned from your mom, but you don't. But is it something? Okay, but you have friends in the business who are young people who have done some pretty incredible stuff. I know who you know, and let's just say, let's just say that some of those people. Do you think it's an innate thing? Or do you think it's something that actually you can go to school and you can learn to truly have whatever, because he's now started many, many companies, and maybe you can explain what Quirky does, but is that something that you just have, you're born with it? Or it's something that can be taught in the classroom? That's what I really need to know.
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I know I learned it. I learned it through the atmosphere I was in. I know a lot of my peers who have started companies were also in similar atmospheres where they were taught that anything's possible. And that failure is fine, and you just keep going, and a bad day is just a single day, and then you move on, you have another good one. So I think it's a lot of the atmosphere you're brought up in. I think that can be taught.
Okay.
But I don't know, I am not an expert.
Well, but you know what, I appreciate you for not dodging the question.
Okay.
Deborah, question for you.
Yes.
You have said that we have to eliminate the idea of for-profit versus not-for-profit in the education world. Now, you are investing money for profit. And there was a question that was asked of Joel Klein, a pointed question about the profit incentive, the profit motive. Is it necessary? Is it a good thing for education, or are you just taking our money?
Yeah, I think the question needs to be kind of restructured. I mean, in my view, and the way I look at businesses in the education space is whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit. And I think, interestingly, in education, you'll hear from Jessie, but within her adaptive math world, she's competing very actively with not-for-profit players in that space, and so they are just as competitive as Jessie is, and so it's very much a level playing field, regardless of their tax structure in that area. From my perspective, there's a really important concept, and the way we frame it, we call it return on education, and we look at businesses that are solving major problems in education. And those major problems, and I listened to the teacher town hall yesterday, and you heard a whole lot about teachers having absolutely no time. Technology has got to help teachers have more productive days, be able to have better lives, things like that. It's got to improve learning outcomes. It could reduce costs for the system or for individuals purchasing the product, and it can increase access. So we like to look at organizations within a framework of return on education, and if you aren't doing those things, whether you're for-profit or not-for-profit, you shouldn't be successful. So, I mean, that's actually how we like to, kind of level the way we look at things.
But is it fair if you make a fortune?
Which I haven't.
But if you do, if you invest in, if you create the next great education tool, and people will say, by the way, that the textbooks companies, by the way, are making a fortune, and we all wish, a lot of people in the education business would say they shouldn't be. Good thing or bad thing?
I think the good thing is, are we improving student learning outcomes, period. And are we helping teachers lead better lives and have more control over their classroom experience and increasing their productivity and everything else? I think those are the important questions. I just think it's not relevant whether textbook companies are making a lot of money or technology companies are making a lot of money. We have to be doing better by our children. So I think that's really got to be the tenet.
What do you say about that?
I say that you can do well and do good. I think part of the challenge in education is that we have a lot of starts and then we don't move to sustainable, scalable models. So I tell the team at Dreambox the best thing that we can do, knowing that we're having these positive results, is to make sure that Dreambox is around tomorrow.
Explain to everybody what Dreambox is just for a second.
So Dreambox is a pre-K through 6 adaptive learning company, software company, that helps young children develop a conceptual understanding of mathematics. So we're using innovative technologies to help understand how kids are thinking so that we understand how to personalize their learning experience. And the best thing that we can do is to make sure it's there tomorrow so that as teachers who have no time, who are inundated with options, they can figure out what works and then they can stick with it and they can build something over time that can help impact not only children, but their families and the entire learning community.
And you're competing against not-for-profits?
Oh, yes.
And how's that going? Meaning, do you feel like the not-for-profits have any advantage over you in terms of your ability to sell? I imagine a not-for-profit walks into a school and says, I'm a not-for-profit, and you say, I'm a profit, and maybe I'm less inclined to work with you because I think that they're on the side of good here.
They actually have 2 advantages. The first advantage is that a lot of people do have this concern about for-profits, and so they'll default to the non-for-profit. But the second advantage that they have is that they can come in and say, you don't have to buy anything, I'll give this to you for free. And if we took a look at all the free things that happen in education, and we actually talked about what Deborah just said, the impact on student progression, on student success, I think we would have a different rubric to determine what we should do and what we shouldn't do. So we look at it as a challenge. And we are happy to have our software program up against anyone else's, profit or nonprofit, because ultimately we're in service to learners and learning guardians. And we're trying to create new possibilities regardless of the starting point of any child.
Jenny, as you can tell, I've been skeptical of all of this, but I'm a journalist. I'm supposed to be a professional skeptic and rile things up. So my question is, do you see this stuff working in the classroom? Does this make sense?
Well, it's really interesting because I'm a classroom teacher at heart. I just came out of the classroom this past year to work with 29 schools, and I still teach in the classroom now. And I work in Chicago public schools where we don't have a ton of money to spend on things. But what's really interesting is being on this panel, I'm listening to everyone, and when I look at a tool, I don't look to see if it's coming from a for-profit or non-for-profit company, and that might just be me being naive, but I look at the impact it has with our kids. And so I look at the tool and I say, is this an effective tool? Can I leverage this to help my teachers be better at what they do, help my students be better at what they do? And that's where we look first. And of course, money always comes into play. We don't have endless budgets. But it's about the tool. It's not always about where it's coming from. Obviously, we want to see, good models for our kids and not say we got this from a company that doesn't have the best morals. But really, at the end of the day, it's about our students and what's going to help them.
Right. One of the reasons I bring up this not-for-profit thing, profit thing, is ultimately we have to, and I think everyone's going to agree on this panel, I imagine maybe you don't, that we have to bend the cost curve of education. That's what ultimately this is all about. And what that means is there's going to be less money to go around, not more. And everybody here in some way is trying to take a piece of that. And so one of the things I want to know from you is when you look 10 years out from now at the opportunity as somebody who wants to make a profit, how much do you worry that there's actually just going to be less money, or is the goal that you just need to pick the winner?
I think the goal is, certainly we are under, and Chicago is a perfect example, deep budget pressures. I think that technology has a unique opportunity to actually help us, whether it's the move from textbooks to technology, to really to be at the forefront of bending the cost curve. So I think technology can help that. I think many technology companies need the capital, and that whether that's private capital that is looking for returns ultimately, whether they get them or not, but they need the private capital investment to develop the technologies that then bend the cost curve. So I mean, we can't just kind of wake up one morning and bend the cost curve. I think we need backers and people who are willing to take risks on entrepreneurs like Jesse to see if they can help us come at these solutions leveraging technology. I think technology is a great tool to kind of getting to that solution. I'm not sure,
Right.
I don't think it's possible. I mean, no, I'm not betting on picking the winner. I'm betting on that there are a host of companies that are making differences, and organizations both, making differences in the classroom every day. Some of it, we're seeing scale. I don't know if Tim talked about this before, but in education, it was unheard of to have network effect. I mean, today we have companies and organizations that have 25 million members in education. That is unheard of. I mean, the network effect impact is a very, and it's leading to all kinds of collaboration tools for teachers and managing online classrooms. So I think the wealth of developments that have come out of private capital investment and philanthropic investment in the technology sector, has so far, and Jenny can probably speak to it the best, but has had enormous benefits in the classroom. I mean, we are in a transformed position today from 3 years ago, all thanks to the investment of both philanthropic and private capital.
And you think this stuff is working? Meaning there have been, and there are people out there that say there's no real studies yet that say using these tablets, and I hate to be the skeptic here, but no, they say there's no evidence, real evidence, that it's actually helping learning.
I would strongly disagree. I got a tablet from a fruit company, we won't name the company, in my classroom 3 years ago. And
from a fruit company? Not Dole, but like an apple maybe.
Yeah, or pineapple, I don't know. And when they first came out, and I always tell the story about how when I got these tablets in my classroom, I had no idea what I was doing. I wrote a grant, they came, and I cried, and my husband said, "Why are you crying? You're so happy you got the grant." And I was like, "No, because now I actually have to do all the stuff I wrote in the grant. I made it all up. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it." So they came, and I'm like, oh my God, I would wake up in the middle of the night and think CPS was going to drop from the ceiling saying, "Katja, you're not using these effectively." And then I realized I wasn't thinking the way that I needed to be. I realized that the technology gave me opportunities that I didn't even dream could be possible. Right. They solved problems that I thought were just a fact of life and the way that was part of my classroom. And I realized that students who I had looped with, and for those of you who aren't educators, that means I taught them for 2 years. They stayed with me from 4th to 5th grade, who never had a voice in my classroom, who would tremble when I called on them. And I'd try every teacher move to get them to talk. I'd say, "All right, I'm going to call on you next. Get ready, here's the answer, anything to get you to talk." They wouldn't do it, and then all of a sudden, they were back channeling on Edmodo, on Twitter. They had so much to say, and these tablets gave them a voice. And if you want numbers, I had 10 times the number of students exceed on my state test the year with tablets than the year before.
Ben, and I don't know if this is applicable, tell everybody just briefly what Corky does, because I think that Corky does something that's very entrepreneurial and really almost inspirational, I would argue. And I wonder whether you think, after everyone understands what it is, whether there's applications for the world of education.
There could be. So Corky's a consumer products company at heart. We make things like egg yolk separators and power strips, which is what qualifies me to be here right now. But the way in which we do so is very interesting. People submit their ideas on the internet. We get all sorts of ideas submitted by people all around the world. These are armchair inventors, creative people who, without an infrastructure, couldn't actually produce a product and get it on the shelves of Target or Bed Bath & Beyond, etc. We get 3,000 ideas a week. The world votes on which ones are the best. And then our company takes on all the complexity and all the hard work to actually make sure that that consumer product ships. So at its very core, Corky is a decision-making platform. It helps people make decisions, and it takes all the egos and all the hierarchy of corporations out of it and just says, if an idea is good, it'll ship. So people approach us all the time and say, hey, can we take the Corky platform and use it in government or in education or whatever it might be? And I just say, I make power strips. But I think so. I think that the spirit of what Corky is about, which is that nothing should stand in the way of a good idea, can apply to anything. Whether or not I'm going to be the person to do it, that's highly unlikely. But the spirit of Corky is one that could be applied to almost anything. A good idea should ship.
I want to go to somebody in the audience who, by the way, this was my segue, because I think that she has an idea potentially for you. She is an 11th grader from the Bronx.
Yes.
Her name is Tafia, and she runs something called Girls Who Code. And everybody, when you hear this, you're probably all going to stand up and applaud. But Tafia, explain what it is that you do.
Is this working?
Yep.
Oh, it is? All right. Well, basically in Girls Who Code, we are a non-profit organization that inspires.
Oh, I think that microphone may not be on.
Yeah.
We can help you with that. I think it's on. Good. Go for it. Maybe not? Come over here. I'm going to help you. Now I'm like Donahue. Go ahead.
Basically in Girls... Should I stand up?
Yep.
All right. Basically in Girls Who Code, we inspire young girls to pursue an education on computer science and possibly pursuing a career in computer science.
And tell it... Sorry, we're having mic issues. Hold that mic. I'm going to get out of the camera way. But here's the question. How did you get involved in this? First of all, you're a girl, I should say. Not a lot of women involved, or as involved as we'd like, in coding. How do you get more women involved in coding? And what inspired you to do this?
Still though.
Are we still not succeeding on the microphone front? I think it's on.
All right.
You can talk. Go for it.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, no, the real question I think for all of us is, you're an 11th grader, you're a woman, not a lot of women involved in coding, and you are inspiring this movement to code. And where did that come from for you?
I mean, personally for me, I've been exposed to technology at a young age by my family members. But unfortunately, some other girls don't have that kind of ability or exposure that I had. So what we do is show girls that what technology is capable of and what it will help you do in the future and how it can help you out, and basically.
One last thing, and then we're probably going to have to leave the conversation, but given the conversation we've had up here around the classroom experience, what all this technology can do, was any of the inspiration from the classroom? We talked about how you become an entrepreneur. Do you think this was something you were just born with? Is it something you think you were taught? What happened here?
No, I was definitely not born with the idea of becoming an entrepreneur. Sorry, can you elaborate more on that question?
Really just, I think where I was going with this was just trying to understand how much of the classroom experience that you've had over the many years really informed what you've ultimately done.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, not as I wish there was more exposure to technology I had in the classroom. I mean, definitely in elementary school, I definitely had some sort of exposure to it. Then definitely middle school, my middle school offered computer science courses, but they were really basic. So I guess when I got into high school, I guess that kind of really pushed me forward to take the technology courses in my high school, but unfortunately, they don't offer that many courses, even though my school is the Bronx High School of Science.
Right.
We really focus more on biology and chemistry and physics and more of that, but unfortunately, technology is not really that emphasized, and if it is emphasized, I feel like it's more towards males. Because right now, as a junior, I'm taking 2 technology courses, digital engineering and AP computer science, and I'm one of the 4 girls in both of those classes, and I feel like technology should be pushed towards everyone, basically.
Okay, Tafia making a very smart argument for more technology. We thank you. I'd like to thank all the panelists for a great conversation. I really appreciate this. I'm done, so you're done with me. Thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it. Let's go.
And thank you again to Andrew and to the entire panel. In just a few moments, we are going to ask you to move upstairs here at the New York Public Library for our lunch program, which will tackle the importance of early childhood education, featuring Brenda Van Gorder, Harriet Dichter, Rika Keller, and Governor Jack Markell of Delaware. And it will be moderated by Maria Bartiromo, anchor of Closing Bell on CNBC. But before we let you go, I know that was a little bit of a tease. We're terrible about that in news. Before we let you go, we did want to give you a little something to think about while you're upstairs before that begins. So if you'd please just watch this report for us about a unique program of support for early childhood education. It's a program pioneered by Goldman Sachs. Here's CNBC's Jane Wells.
Peanut butter, we like peanut butter.
Some people invest in stocks, and some
we like best.
Invest in preschool. Goldman Sachs is doing both, committing millions of dollars to fund high-quality preschool in Salt Lake City.
7,
8, 9.
Goldman doesn't just want to give money, it wants to make money.
The transaction we did in Utah is the first time we've ever invested directly in the actual program, the actual education services itself.
The Wall Street giant has its second largest U.S. office in Salt Lake City. It's joined Chicago investor J.B. Pritzker to offer the local school district $7 million to fund preschool for children from low-income areas. The hope, better prepare them for kindergarten.
In the past, maybe 15% of the kids in a program like this would end up in special education, even though half of them didn't really need to be there. They just needed to learn. And the challenge with special ed is once you check in, you almost never check out.
We need to be good listeners.
The new money is coming through what's called a social impact bond. If the children get through 3rd grade without needing special ed, investors will get their money back plus 5% interest. Director of Preschool Services Brenda Van Gorder is used to winning grants, not repaying bonds.
And it would be a bond. And do you understand what that means? That it would be a payback that with interest. And my heart just sunk. And I thought, I'm in a public school system. There is no way. How would I ever find the funds to be able to do that?
What sound does it make?
Good. For now, the county and the United Way will repay the bond, but eventually the state will need to be convinced to take over. But social impact bonds are new and untried, and Van Gorder says she's heard from skeptics.
Is it a big ripoff? Who's getting rich off of this?
Tegan, are you here today?
Parents do not feel ripped off. Tegan is one of 3 brothers to go through preschool. All have had delayed speech.
My oldest, that was in the program, he was caught up by kindergarten.
Tegan's brother is now reading a grade level ahead.
If kids can grow up into a system and become contributing members of our society, they're going to contribute in all different kinds of ways. We know that high-quality preschool works.
What is hoped is that investing in it for profit also works. Jane Wells, CNBC, Salt Lake City.
So in just a moment, we will release you to go upstairs and enjoy your lunch. Before we do that, though, just a quick reminder. We hope that you are tweeting and sharing about the program on social media. And when doing so, please remember to use the hashtags, both Education Nation and also hashtag What It Takes. Our Twitter handle, rather, is @Education Nation. So I will now let you go. Make your way upstairs for lunch. That lunch program, by the way, is sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, and as we mentioned, it will be moderated by Maria Bartiromo. That's upstairs in the Solomon Room.
and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Here again is Erica Hill.
Hi there. Good afternoon again. I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. We're about to begin now our lunchtime discussion, and this is looking at the importance of early childhood education and the importance of all children having access to high-quality education starting at a young age. This discussion is being sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Both public and private areas are making new investments in this area, and one state that's really made early childhood education a top priority is the state of Delaware. So here to discuss the efforts in his state, along with Maria Bartiromo, anchor of CNBC's Closing Bell and On the Money with Maria Bartiromo, is Delaware Governor, of course, Jack Markell.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here, and we are thrilled to welcome the governor. Governor Markell, thanks very much. You're here. Okay. Thank you. You have really created a reputation for yourself in terms of making this a priority, investing in preschool. Talk to us about the program in Delaware and what you've achieved so far.
Well, first of all, I'm sure pretty much everybody here understands the rationale. There's significant research, not only about the development of the brain in those early years, but also, there's research from the Federal Reserve Bank in Minnesota, for example, that says the most effective economic development investment that a state can make is in early childhood education. And in addition to all the research, to the extent that any of us, and I'm sure most of us have, met a 5-year-old who's already a year or two behind their peers or who already has a deficit in their vocabulary, it's a tragedy every single time. And so that was really the rationale. And what we've done is we've really tried to put together a very coherent system that builds on a solid foundation. And we were fortunate in Delaware. We had this foundation. It's called our STARS system. And all of our centers know what they have to meet in terms of quality. Quality of staff, quality of curriculum, quality of other materials, in order to move up the STARS ranking. But what we did, and this is the key part, is we invested more money, not just throwing money at the problem, but basically saying that if you're a 3-star center, you're going to be reimbursed at 80% of the market, 4-star 90%, 5-star 100%. And the reason that this is so critical is that this is now the first time that the very best centers, who previously would have had no incentive to admit the lowest income kids, now they have an incentive to admit the lowest income kids because the reimbursement's 100% of the market rate. And this is the first time there's an incentive for the mediocre centers to invest in quality, because as they move up the STARS ranking, they're going to get a higher reimbursement. And so what we've done in just 3 years, and Harriet Dichter, who runs our early learning effort in Delaware, will be on the panel in a few minutes, but what we've done in just 3 years, if you think about the low-income kids in Delaware who are in preschool, we've gone from 1 out of 20 to 1 out of 3 in terms of those kids who are enrolled in a quality-rated preschool. And we think that that is a game changer for those kids.
And there are 2,000 days approximately between birth and when a child actually starts kindergarten. So tell us the kinds of things that are being taught in those 2,000 days.
Well, and Harriet can go into a lot of more detail. And this is not, and some people get worried that this is about kids having to sit behind a desk at the age of 3 and doing all this. That's not what it's about. And we know what it takes in terms of familiarization with the alphabet and play. I mean, play is a big part of it and can be a big part of it in really good centers. So it's all, and there's a social emotional piece, which is I think getting a lot more attention across the country. But one of the things that we're really trying to do is make the linkage between what's happening in these early childhood centers, make the linkage between that and kindergarten much, much stronger. So we're getting to the point where every child who is entering kindergarten from an early childhood center in Delaware, teachers, their kindergarten teachers actually going to do what we call our early learner survey. The teachers love it because they understand so much more about the child, and it's a phenomenal opportunity for these teachers to establish a relationship with the families as well.
At such an important moment in a child's life when their mind is really absorbing so much. So where does the money come from? How does this actually get started and implemented in a practical way? You won a $50 million grant. How does the money come in?
Well, we actually, right, and I think one of the reasons that we won that grant, the Early Learning Challenge from the Federal Department of Education, is because we in Delaware demonstrated our commitment to this before the rules for that grant were even announced. So we took our own resources. We took $22 million 3 years ago, which for us is a lot of money. And we invested it in this early childhood approach. And the bottom line is we really do believe that we're taking money that otherwise, years from now, will be spent, whether it's the correction system, whether it's more remediation, whether it's in the high school dropout program. And we've talked for years, not just in Delaware but across the country, about putting our money where our mouths are, about the importance of focusing on these little children, because it's so much easier to build a strong man than to a strong child than to repair a broken man. And that's not just rhetoric. I mean, this is the real deal, and this is the way we think we prove it.
It's not just federal money or government money. You also would like to engage the private sector. How do you do that? And tell me what kind of experiences you've had with the private sector in terms of their input. We're going to speak to someone from Goldman Sachs who's actually putting their money there as well in a moment on the panel.
I don't believe that we'd actually be in this position today where we were able to secure the money from our General Assembly and where we'd be making such progress if it were not for phenomenal leadership and a partnership with members of the private sector from across our state. People not only in business, but from the charitable foundations, from the foundation community as well. I mean, people really came together. This may be an advantage that Delaware has. We're a state of 900,000 people. We tend to work together well. But on these kinds of issues, it's just critically important to get everybody at the same table.
So how did you successfully engage the business sector?
You know, they are, in Delaware, we've been very fortunate for a long time to have a business community that understands the states and the countries that out-educate today will out-compete tomorrow. So they're always approaching us with, with their own ideas about how we can work together. And what I love about Delaware, not only has it been a partnership with the business community, but the teachers union has been part of it as well. And even doing these early learner surveys on the part of the kindergarten teachers, there was some initial anxiety about that, but they came to the table. And if you continue to focus and you go beyond the rhetoric of if you keep the focus on children, everything else will sort itself out. If you actually live it, you tend to make a bigger difference.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let me ask you about how it begins at home, because oftentimes you're talking about families that don't have the resources to actually spend whatever money may be required to send their child to the program, preschool program. So how do you appeal to the parents, get that buy-in, educating the parents along the way?
It's very important, and some of the work that we do includes technical assistance working with the early childhood centers, and the same thing is true when it comes to K-12 family engagement. What we do know is that the best family engagement programs are not developed in the state capital, because the needs of every school, the needs of every community, even in a small state, are different. And so instead of imposing a here's how you engage family solution on all these centers across the state, what we've really tried to do is empower people at that local level to work with families. What is it that's going to bring the family into the center in the first place? What is it that's going to bring the family into the school in the first place? And sometimes it's putting other services into the school, into the center, services that relate to the family. Sometimes it's about providing workshops and the like. It's going to differ center by center or district by district.
So you have seen an engagement between those putting the program, working on the program, and actual parents who perhaps can't afford it, really don't have a sense of why this is important, preschool?
I'd say we have seen that, although I'd also say we can always do better. I mean, to me, this is one of the biggest challenges of education in this country today. And if I had that proverbial magic wand, I'd probably wave it to increase the level of family engagement. But we don't have the magic wand. And so what we have to do is we've got to think creatively, but very, very locally, hyper-locally. Because again, to the extent that these programs are developed, in the governor's office or the Department of Education, probably not going to be successful, but it's really helping, it's really working with these local providers.
Talk to us about the Department of Education and really the impact of something like the sequester, the impact of a government shutdown.
Well, a whole nother topic, but I will tell you, I mean, just to put a fine point on it, we in Delaware, we've got basically a month's worth of money on women, infant, and children programs. We have a week's worth of money when it comes to TANF, the Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, when it comes to the low-income heating program, LIHEAP, when it comes to some of our social services block grant programs, which include protective care and the like. And so I know that it's, the pundits can all talk about the politics of this. The challenge is that there are so many people whose lives are being affected right now, and to the extent that we go another week and we run out of money, there are very few states that are in a position to just supplant all the federal money. And this is about to have a significant impact on the most vulnerable people in this country. And we can pretend it's not true, but it is true.
So from a practical standpoint, what are some of the things that you think will go away, will get threatened as a result of this?
Well, some of the things I just mentioned, I mean, the temporary assistance to needy families, these are for the most vulnerable families in our country. Some of these, the social services block grants, which include protective care, both for adults and for children. I mean, these are really fundamental values of how do we treat those who are most vulnerable in society. And so I am very worried because it doesn't look like we're making a whole lot of progress, at least over the weekend.
Governor Markell, thank you for your leadership. Thanks very much for being with us today.
Thanks, Maria.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Governor. Good to see you. Appreciate that. I want to bring on our panel now to talk more about this. Joining me in welcoming Brenda Van Gorder, Director of Preschool Services at the Granite School District, Salt Lake City. Harriet Dichter, Executive Director, Office of Early Learning of Delaware. Andrea Phillips, Vice President of Urban Investment Group, Goldman Sachs. And we've got team leader Reka, a student, Reka Keller, Jumpstart student, American University in Washington. Ladies, join us. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, good to see you. Hi there. How are you? Reka, nice to meet you. Please. That's great. Well, we're talking with the governor, and it's very clear about the need. We want to talk first about what you're doing at Goldman Sachs and the foundation. Thank you very much for that leadership. Talk to us about the program in terms of the importance of preschool and what kind of achievements you've seen.
Sure. So Goldman Sachs got involved with financing early education in Utah, really not as part of our foundation, but actually part of our investment portfolio. I'm part of a team at Goldman that does what we call double bottom line investing, which is investing the firm's capital in projects where there's a financial return, but where there's an intentional social impact. When we got to know the folks in Utah who are delivering this incredibly powerful early education program and began to educate ourselves on the literature around the high impact of early education, it became clear to us that if we could help work with the folks on the ground to create a financing mechanism that would be sustainable and leverage private capital to invest in those things, that it would be a real game changer. And we were lucky enough to work with some folks who are here from the J.B. Pritzker's Foundation, as well as Utah Voices for Children, the Granite School District, and the United Way of Salt Lake to really put that together.
Brenda, talk to us about that. Tell us what you're doing in Utah.
Well, we've developed a program for all children in our community, but we've really focused in on children who are at risk for a variety of reasons. The children that the social impact is impacting right now are children who are low income, Many of the children are speaking a language other than English when they come to us. And we provide a high-quality preschool program that is based around 10 high-quality indicators, and they get that every single day.
You know, that's what we were talking about for a bit with the governor, and really there are so many people out there who cannot necessarily even afford preschool or anything extra. And that 2,000 days between birth and kindergarten is so critical. Harriet, why don't you weigh in terms of what you've seen in Delaware?
Sure. So as people have been talking about, we've taken kind of the big picture view as well in Delaware, and understanding that what we have to do is make great opportunities available for our families from the beginning, infants, toddlers, preschoolers, really work to get the resources together to get to the programs with pretty clearly defined standards, great teaching, great program, great partnerships with families, and really try to raise community enthusiasm as well so that we get buy-in, as the governor talked about, not only from our business leaders, but from our teachers, from the families, from the community as a whole.
Sometimes most often it starts at home. How do you ensure that the parent is buying into this and in fact is beginning those early stage teachings that you need actually at home?
Right, well that's such a critical part of this work. So one of the things we've actually been paying attention to now with our families, as the governor talked about this, is really taking full advantage of how the early childhood programs are really working to support families. And so we spend a lot of time and energy on that because it's the partnership of the adults together that really support the great outcomes for the kids. In addition, we've been doing social media. We've really revved things up in terms of our families so that we can do different kinds of outreach to engage our families. We work with the healthcare system where we have community health outreach workers who are out there messaging about early childhood development and the connection into the STARS programs with us. And so we're really trying to tap into every part of the family community so that our parents really have great surround sound about their important role with their kids and the valuable partnerships they'll get with early childhood programs for their children.
Why was this so important to Goldman Sachs?
As I explained earlier, as a firm, we've made a commitment to investing our capital in ways that does have a social impact. And when you look broadly at what happens for young kids when they get into a high-quality preschool, the results are incredibly compelling. And the program in Utah very specifically has very strong results, and so that impressed us.
Reka, you've also seen this firsthand.
I have. So I work for Jumpstart, which trains college students to go in and work in low socioeconomic neighborhoods, and we teach preschool there. So it's been really interesting being part of the process of really teaching the kids and seeing how these children are different from 3-year-olds in higher socioeconomic neighborhoods, and how we're really helping with the literacy of those children.
How are they different, Reka? Give us some practical examples.
Earlier we were talking about kind of the 30 million words project, and we were talking about how kids in lower socioeconomic neighborhoods are coming in with 30 million less words that they've heard, that they've been exposed to. And that's something that we see a lot in Jumpstart, but being able to kind of be part of the process of kind of really just being part of seeing them develop. And so we work with them on their language and literacy skills, their social development skills, and we're able to outreach to 1,100 children, which is really special.
Terrific.
We're seeing those very same kinds of things. Our children are entering school far behind their age-mate peers. And by providing high-quality services, we can really focus in on language development and a lot of the hard skills, those pre-academic skills that are being explicitly taught. We can't wait to see what's going to happen into the future. We have to prepare the children for that next environment and into the future. We can't teach children like we used to teach children. We have to teach into the future and prepare them for the rigor. And it feels odd for us to talk about kindergarten being a rigorous place.
Right.
It is nowadays. It's a place where children, if they're behind, they stay behind because the rest of their peers are going to take off at lightning speed. And language development is one of those pieces. But so is are those soft skills, the social aspects of children's development.
You make a great point. How did you first become aware of the high impact bonds?
Well, we had been collecting data for a number of years. We had an early reading first grant and had been collecting data since 2006 and had been following children on up into their school years, and had other agencies and partners come forward that wanted to find out more about our data, and were those impact that we were having, the outcomes, are they sustainable? Are they making it past that, that magic time of third grade? And our kids are. Our kids are now in 6th grade, and they are at the tops of their classes. They are the leaders in their classes, not only academically, but also socially. And it's just the most amazing thing to see. And so then in walks, it felt like a gift. In walks investment into our children's future, and so it's just been a great partnership.
Andrea.
What I would add to that is I think that the other piece of this, in addition to the incredible impact on those kids in Utah, is that we really think this financing mechanism has potential to expand and be replicated in other places. We all know that we're in a time of much tighter government funding, and we think there's an opportunity to leverage private sector investment so that when states like Delaware want to invest in their kids, rather than taking all of the risk that it's going to be impactful, they can transfer some of that risk to the private sector, and we can help finance those costs up front. And then what can happen is the state or another funder can come in and only pay if the program works. And so we think it's an exciting model, and I've had lots of conversations nationally with other folks who are looking at it.
Add to this, Harriet, in terms of how Delaware will use the money, for example, for Race to the Top, how will you allocate that money?
Right, so with our Race to the Top money, we've added that to the additional resources that the state had been putting in. And one of the things I guess I'd like people to understand is that the states are leaping ahead in terms of a lot of the creative ideas. The federal money is great, and of course we need more of those resources. But for our work, we've kind of looked at the world in terms of 4 big areas where we really have to push ahead to do well by our children and to make sure we get these kinds of educational gains we're talking about and get the economic impact and the competitiveness that we're really seeking. And so we have structured one set of our investments that really is related to child health and development. And in there, we're doing basic things. Are we doing developmental screening on our kids? Are we doing that both in our doctor's offices, and are we doing that in our early childhood programs? And have we built out, really importantly, how we are supporting our children's social, emotional growth and doing early childhood mental health? So that's one big area. Our second big area is really profoundly focused on early childhood education. And for that, we are talking not just 3s and 4s, but also infants and toddlers. Our approach in this area is really to say, same children in all of these different settings that we have, and so we want to make sure we have the same expectations, the same standards, and the same levels of supports for excellence in our early childhood classrooms. Talked a little bit about that from the Utah experience, and from these pieces that we know that it really takes, again, really terrific teachers and a really fine understanding of how to work well with children and how to work well with families to make that happen. Our third big area is that profound connection between early childhood education and the K-12 system and higher education. And so we are doing new work in that area. The governor talked about our partnership with kindergarten teachers. That's very important. We have other things now that we're doing in the early grades to build up this connection. We've created local teams that bring together our early childhood educators with our K-12 educators and our families and human services people, because that local leadership is profoundly important to success. And then in addition, we have higher ed partnerships. One of the pieces I'd mention here is that we're thinking a lot about who's our teaching workforce in early childhood. And so we now have arrangements with our high schools that offer early childhood majors, that we have high school students now in early college and dual enrollment, so that they're gaining early childhood credit in high school towards college degrees. That's very exciting work for us to be doing. And then the last big bucket really has to do with building for the future. Do we have the data that we need to show impact? Are we having the right leaders at the table so that the business leaders are well supported in terms of their voice for this issue? Do we have a lot of community engagement? That's our fourth big area where we're really investing the federal funds for the future.
I guess one thing that keeps coming back is this partnership that you've been able to create with unions, with the teachers. Brenda and Harriet, both of you, how have you done that? Tell me what has been most critical in terms of coming together.
I think that probably the most critical part for us is coming together with not just within our school district. We're housed in a public school system that doesn't put any funds into pre-K programs. And so as we were looking to find partners, we were not just looking to Goldman Sachs as a partner, but we also were looking to other partners in our community, such as private childcare. And we were very fortunate to connect with the W.K. Kellogg Foundation to provide funding for us to take our model out into the public sector. Many of our families, there was a barrier to being able to access the slots that were available inside of our program. They needed to stay in the child care setting, and we needed to increase the quality there. So those partnerships have been absolutely critical. And what we're starting to see now, it's early on, but we're starting to see the same kinds of outcomes that we are seeing in our public preschools in our private child care partners. And that is starting to build the partnerships with our legislator, with our county government, with our city governments, that they're getting excited about the possibilities of things that can happen inside of our community, not necessarily always with outside forces, but how do we build within and make Utah a stronger place to be.
So what was the expectations in terms of return on investments when you're dealing with the private sector?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure.
So when we make our investment, it's essentially a loan that the proceeds of the loan get used to fund the teachers in the classroom, the supplies in the classroom. The repayment on that loan comes through savings when the children who are in that program use less remedial services in kindergarten through 6th grade. So our expectation, and our kids are starting actually now. We've got 600 new kids in early education slots in Utah, which is really exciting. Our expectation is that through the great work that Brenda and her team are doing is that those kids will start kindergarten ready to learn and stay on track through 6th grade. And nobody will need to spend money on those remedial services. Instead of paying for those remedial services, those resources or a portion of those resources will be used to repay our loan. So the base level interest on that loan, to get to the nitty-gritty, which I'm sure is where you want me to go, is a 5% interest. But what's also interesting about that is that as more kids enter school ready to learn and the social impact increases, so too does the return. And so we're very excited that the social impact and the financial return really go in lockstep, as well as at the same time that you're saving government significant resources.
Are you getting regular updates in terms of progress?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we will be there. We've been in those classrooms a lot. It's always a joy because they're wonderful places to be, but we'll be making regular site visits. We get regular reports from Brenda and her team. They track the kids very closely, do interim testing with them. So we'll be able to see the impact along the way.
Yeah, it seems fairly obvious that you want early education. Anyone would want as much learning as possible for their child. What kind of challenges do you face? What's the disconnect? I mean, wouldn't this be obvious we all want this?
There's the desire, there's the want. It's how to make it happen. And finances, that's a piece of it.
Particularly with state budgets and municipalities
federal
under pressure.
budgets. Everybody's strapped for funds, and to do high quality preschool, it costs money. It doesn't have to cost an arm and a leg, but you have to invest, and you have to invest not just in any kind of a preschool program. It has to be high quality. That's where you get the return. That's how you get the return academically. That's how you get the return socially. It can't just be any old program. It has to be built around everything that the kids are going to need to be successful. You can't just throw it out there and hope that the kids are going to do well. And I always say, you can't just put kids in the blocks and hope that they're going to learn everything they need to know about math. We have to explicitly teach them the things that they're going to need into the future.
Did you want to jump in?
Well, I think just to add here, the reminder that we're pretty clear about the science of this now and the huge impact on the developing brain, so that's with us. We're very clear around the economic development impact, and we're very clear now about the educational impact. So our challenge really is assembling the needed fiscal resources and having people to understand that you have to begin at the beginning. We want these results for our kids and ourselves and our society out of the educational system. That really starts with our youngest kids.
And of course, you're not expecting these bonds to be a replacement for state and local funding.
No, they're not a replacement for state and local
Are
funding.
people seeing it that way?
No, I don't think so. I think what folks recognize is that when times are tighter, government needs to be more mindful about how they spend their dollars. And so oftentimes a government contract is cost reimbursement. So an early education program gets reimbursed for the teachers, for the supplies. What this does is it changes the way that government is buying the services and instead says, do you know what? You have to figure out ways to finance it using private capital to pay for those things at the start. What we'll do is pay when we know that your program has had impact. And so that's where private capital comes in to finance those costs so that there can be classrooms, et cetera. And where government comes into play is really paying on impact, right? The nomenclature folks are using is pay for success contracts.
Do you think there is an opportunity to have these bonds be used for more than just early childhood?
Absolutely. First, I should clarify, they're actually technically not bonds. They really are a debt instrument, but we are using Goldman Sachs capital at this point as the investment dollars. We earlier on financed preventive services on Rikers Island, which is the New York City jail, which unfortunately is oftentimes the outcome if kids aren't getting that support early on. So we think it's applicable to the area of recidivism. There's a lot of conversation about applications in the area of workforce development, some prevention programs like asthma prevention. And really the notion here is that it's a good fit for things where there is preventive services, which as you point out, is proven and we know that it works, yet there are not the resources up front to pay for that.
Are there best practices, Harriet, that you can talk to us about in terms of implementing, whether debt instruments or bonds?
Well, I'm going to leave to the Goldman Sachs personnel the issues around that part of the financing. I think what I would say in terms of the work of the implementation of all of this is actually hard work. It's highly skilled work. And that one of the pieces for us all to keep in mind is people often have that idea that the K-12 educational part of this is tough and for talent and takes a lot of experience and professionalism, and they often forget that's true for the early childhood work. So within the early childhood sphere, you've heard us talking, there's actually a fair amount of complexity here. You have to know a lot about child development. You need people who are fantastic at implementing with children. You need that great ability to communicate with your families and to really be able to support them. And so we have to be able to have systems in place and enough of those supports for people to get the job done well. Because the financing is helter-skelter, families are paying a lot, we have many different small enough programs in terms of trying to support the programs on the ground, it actually makes it harder for people to really focus in on what their core job ought to be, which is high quality early learning opportunities for children connected to their families. So these issues around sorting through the money are pretty important. We are deflecting way too much time with these multiple funding streams for people. Now, the state's job is often to harmonize this, make it easier.
You've got to coordinate it all.
Yes, you have to coordinate it, you have to set clear expectations, and we have to really be able to say, here's what we know our children need, and we can deliver for them to make it simpler. But ultimately, because we haven't had the societal will yet to really get to the level of investment that we need to make sure that at least all of our at-risk children have access to fantastic opportunity for them, it means that we do end up with extra complexity in terms of how we're trying to finance this and really extra burden at the level of the people trying to run the programs.
And and there's a tug for those dollars that that we need the funds to invest right up front and do proactive, preventative kinds of instruction to keep kids moving on through the system. And yet at the same time, we have the children on the other end who didn't have those kinds of services and are pulling the dollars for remediation. And remediation costs a whole lot more than preventative kinds of measures. So here we are, we're trying to tug for the exact same dollars, and we need both.
Reka, you could probably speak to that.
I was going to say, I think Jumpstart comes in a lot with that because we're able to go into preschools and also help with extra literacy, extra language skills, extra social development skills, and we're a lot in that we're taught when we go into the classroom where we know so much about educational psychology and kind of how kids are developing at those stages, and we go in and work with those stages in order to help children kind of move up the levels. And kids that might be coming in with deficit through preschool and Jumpstart, they're able to get up to the level that they need to be, especially with DC, to get into the lottery system, to get into the schools that they need to be in order to compete.
So. Ladies, you've given us such a wonderful first-hand account of why early childhood teaching is so critical. Thanks very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We want to invite everyone back to Bartos and as we continue this critical conference. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, this way.
Pretty much it. Just get it done.
For student success, it takes young people who value education and make a serious commitment to education no matter what challenges they face. Students must do everything in their power to succeed. That means going to school every day to learn, take advantage of every opportunity that confronts them, and never make excuses.
For student success, it takes passion, hard work, and dedication. You really have to be invested and care about what you're learning about.
For student success, it takes passion and determination. You need passion not only in high school or college, but in your future as well, and you need determination to drive yourself forward.
For student success, it takes hard work, perseverance, and just a whole lot of passion.
For student success, it takes effort. You just got to do the work. You do your work, you can accomplish anything.
For student success, it takes persistence, never losing your goal, and hard work.
For student success, it takes persistent commitment and tons of hours, a lot of passion. Pretty much it. Just get it done.
For student success, it takes young people who value education and make a serious commitment to education no matter what challenges they face. Students must do everything in their power to succeed. That means going to school every day to learn, take advantage of every opportunity that confronts them, and never make excuses.
Welcome back. Just a few thoughts there on what it takes, including some as you heard from the First Lady. It has been a busy, very exciting morning. At least we think so, and I hope you all feel the same. To get started once again, please welcome NBC News Chief Education Correspondent Rehema Ellis.
Hey everybody, we've been having a bang-up day, haven't we? It's just so good that we are continuing this conversation about what it takes to make everyone succeed in school, and I want to thank Erica so much. This next section here is about Education Nation. It's focused squarely on another important factor in success in education, and that is our students themselves and what it takes for them to value their own education. So we've invited more than 50 students from several states to join us for this conversation, and they're here in the front row, right? Yes. There you are. Most of them are high school sophomores, members of the college class of 2020. And we're focused on them because at the beginning of his first term, President Obama set a goal for the country that by 2020, America would have the highest proportion of college graduates of any country in the world. We've got work to do, but he's planning to make sure that we get there. So stand up if you're in the class of 2020 so that we can see you for just a second. Just stand up for me for just a second. I want to see you. Applaud this class of 2020, why don't we? You are our future. Thank you very much. This is what this is all about. And we're going to be joined by a panel of 3 students in a minute. But first, we're going to hear about how one of our panelists overcame challenges to get himself to Harvard.
I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. I grew up there with my mother and my 4 siblings. I saw things and heard things that I probably shouldn't have. I met people who had very illegal professions, including prostitutes and drug dealers. Many people who I grew up with joined gangs and became those drug dealers with the big rims, the shiny cars. When I thought about joining a gang, I thought about the consequences. It wasn't worth my life. My decision not to join gangs, it got me into a little bit of trouble everywhere I lived. I was afraid. And ultimately, because I didn't join, they opened fire on my home, leaving bullet holes throughout the house. And we had to move out. I didn't have a place to go. There was no set place where if I knew I could go every night and that I can get a hot meal and have a roof over my head. I was kind of lost in the sauce. I was homeless. So once the homelessness kind of happened, I saw school as the only way for me to propel myself from the situation. I went to a high school called MC Square STEM, and that was my first introduction to this whole STEM concept, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. By going to school and doing well, I can beat all of the odds that have been stacked against me. I don't have to be another teen statistic. I spent my junior year living with my principal and his family. Every night I knew I would have something to eat. I knew I would have a warm bed to go in to lay in. I built kind of a strong relationship with the school nurses. And one of the nurses took kind of a maternal role in my life because she saw how difficult it was for my mother. And then I had an engineering teacher. He was able to show me like what it is that I'm supposed to be doing with my life. I'm so grateful for those people because without them, I don't know where I would be. None of this is easy. My mother calls sometimes and she's really struggling financially. And that hurts me, that bothers me because I feel like I'm doing well and they aren't. I have to do what's right. And what's right is to do well in school. And so I just stay focused, I stay driven, and I keep this eye on this prize.
He's keeping his eye on the prize, and so should we. Joining me now on stage are three students. You'll recognize one of them is David Boone. And also, Chalisa Fierce in her first year at Spelman College, but she is taking junior year classes, and we're going to explain that to you in a moment. And Mario Marquez Guerrero, also in his first year at Paradise Community College. And each of you have been asked here because you embody what it means to value your education. I'm telling you, I just got to applaud these kids. We just cannot be quiet when we see somebody succeeding, and you are succeeding. And David, I want to start with you because I'm about in tears back there because I just am like that. But your story is so motivating to me, and I want to know, who was it that said, David, you can do this? Did you ever have doubts and someone said to you, you can do it, David?
There were a lot of people who always kind of kept me thinking positive, but one person, maybe a group of people, my grandmother and my mother just always kept me very strong. I give a lot of credit to my mother being a teenage mom and having to raise me on her own. She didn't know how to teach me how to be a man, but she told me the importance of scholarliness and what it meant to truly to drive for success.
And when your mother wasn't there for you, I heard that you were saying that there was a teacher who exposed you to something beyond the world that you already knew.
Yeah, so I had a school nurse. I lived in this community in housing projects, and about a 15-minute walk from one of the wealthiest suburbs in the Cleveland area, Shaker Heights. I mean, beautiful houses, the dream of America's success. And I had not seen that neighborhood. I mean, it was literally a 15-minute walk, but I was so closed into this bubble. And my school nurse, she drove me through there, and I saw these houses, and I saw these people, and I saw children playing in their own yard and just enjoying themselves. And it was a vision of success for me. It changed what I thought was being successful. And it made me think and ask, what are these people doing that's different? What do they do that they don't have to live in the same neighborhood that I'm in? And I asked my nurse, what does he do? And she's like, oh, that guy's a doctor. Oh, that guy's a lawyer. Oh, that guy's an engineer. And hearing this was enough for me to realize, okay, well, all these people, they've gone to college. They've done something great with their lives. That's what I need to do.
And that was the spark for you.
That was the spark. And from there on, I was like, all right, I want to go to college. And now that I know I want to go to college, what kind of college do I want to go to? What is success? And I said, I started looking. Best college in the world at the time was Harvard. And I said, all right, I'm going to Harvard.
Why not? And your story of success, I'm telling you, we've got success all on this stage. Chalisa, people didn't know what was going on with you, and you started school at Spelman, you just started, but you're not starting with freshman classes, you're starting in school with junior classes. That's because you've earned so many credits. But tell me about your story that you revealed to your classmates during graduation when you were the valedictorian.
Well, I actually had the same, sort of the same exact story as David. My mother got cancer when I was in the 4th grade, and so from then on we were back in and out of shelters, and we're homeless. But I told myself all the time that I would just continue to get my education, do what I had to do in order so that I would not be in the situation all the time. So that's what I did.
And how did you do it? I mean, we hear these stories about kids who have difficulties and we say, oh, things are so difficult, they'll never be able to get out of that. How did you get out of it?
The same thing. I had a strong mother. She's always told me the value of education and what I should do. And I also kept my faith. Whenever I had anything going on in my life, I opened my Bible and I just said to myself, you know what, if he put me through this situation, but he can take me out as well. So,
Mario, let me turn to you. Your story is equally compelling. Your parents were with you, but not with you as you decided to finish high school, and tell us why.
As I started high school, it was my freshman year. My parents got deported to Mexico. I lived with them, but school wasn't the same over there as it is here. Right here you get all the opportunities, you get to go to college, and if you don't go to college, you can get a pretty decent good job. Over there, I went and I was in middle school, and they start working you up to your career at middle school, and I didn't like that. Right here you got the liberty of, oh, I want to be a doctor, I want to be this and that, and over there you didn't. And I left for a month, and I decided to come back because...
You left Mexico, where your parents were?
Yeah, we were living here.
To the United States?
We were living here, they got deported, so my mom's like, just come with us. You're my child. Come with me. I'm like, okay, Mom. But I didn't want to go, but I didn't have nobody to stay with, so I decided to come back. I didn't know who I was going to stay with, but I knew coming back was going to be way more opportunities, and if I came back, I was going to take every opportunity that came in my way, and that's exactly what I did.
But someone helped you also, and you were born here, so it wasn't any issue about whether you could or couldn't come back. But who helped you through this?
Well, first of all, I always call my mom on the weekends, and sometimes we fall in tears. I miss you. I mean, I go visit her every break, spring break, winter break, but I mean, it's not the same. Having to wake up and makes me breakfast. She made me my pancakes and every Sunday. And now I have to do my laundry. And everything, have everything by myself. I wasn't used to that, but there was many people that, like you, a lot of people motivate you, help you. One of them was my soccer coach, Mr. Cartler. He was my varsity soccer coach at my high school, PVHS, and he got me into this program called JAG. It's Jobs for Arizona's Graduates. It's affiliated with Jobs for America's Graduates. It's a program, association that helps you prevent student dropout, and it helps you, pick out your classes, takes you to field trips, and helps you find who you are. And I believe that's a program that should be, programs like these should be in more schools. They get better outcomes. Their percentage of graduation rates are really high. They're mostly focused in that area I'm in, like Latinos, but it's different all around. I actually got selected to be in the Prudential Leads team, which is a team that represents JAG in Arizona. I got to go to a leadership in DC last November. I met students from all over the country, and in my country there's a lot of immigration, deportation, and I thought it was all over the country, but it is not. I met kids from Alabama, Washington DC, Mississippi, Louisiana, and there's problems there too, like segregation and all these other problems that I didn't know there was. I thought there was only immigration problems because I just lived in my state, but there's many more.
Congratulations to you for what you've been able to do. The stories here are tremendously wonderful. And my colleague Jenna Bush is in the audience, and I know we have some other stories out here. At some point, I want Jenna, you to find some of these students, and let's keep this conversation going about some of what's happening with them. Maybe they've got some ideas about what could be helpful to folks as we talk about what it takes to get students to a successful place, Jenna?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of kids out here, students, who have a lot of questions. I came earlier before the show started and everybody raised their hand. So we have one little gentleman right here with a briefcase who who is prepared to learn, let me tell you that, who has a question, and I don't know if you want to direct it. We have some experts in the room as well, but you've heard these guys talk, and let's hear your question.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Perdomo. I attend the High School of Economics and Finance, and I am an OpNet alumni. What are the major things you should look into in the application process?
Oh, excellent question. David, want to start with you?
He's getting right to it.
He is, indeed. Thank you.
That's a really good question, actually. And I think I'm qualified to answer it. I applied to 23 colleges. So I did a lot of applications.
and that's a good question, too. Should you have applied to 23 colleges?
Yeah. Not everyone should, but a lot of it for me was just I knew I needed to go to college. I knew that no matter what, I needed to be somewhere where I didn't have to pay for college because my family couldn't afford it. And if that meant applying to 100 colleges, I would have done it. And so. But
the question will be asked, with each college application, do you have to put money down with that college application?
Not if you're as poor as I am.
Good answer. All right.
But yeah, so my most of my applications, I think I had one application that I paid for, and actually I went and I did the interview for the college, and my interviewer paid for it. I told her, I want to, apply to school and I want to be there, but I can't afford to pay this fee, and they're not willing to waive it. And she said, I'll pay for it for you, just because she saw how hard I was trying. But one of the things you definitely want to look for when you're applying for colleges is number one, try to write essays that tell your story. Don't try to write something that's going to make, portray you as someone you're not, because you'll have an interview with someone, an alumni, that'll go right through. The story will fall apart. So you definitely want to just be yourself in these essays. And another big thing, if you're going to apply to a lot of schools, try to see if you can recycle some of the essays, because that helped me out a lot. So definitely think about those two things.
Jenna, I think you might have somebody else.
Well, yes, we have actually an expert, David Coleman from the College Board.
I think that's an expert.
All of you here, he's somebody you should come up and introduce yourself to, because he is on the College Board. You want to talk with them about what it takes?
Yeah. It's so exciting. I'm so in awe of you students and in awe of the adults behind you, of your principal who took you in and the people helping you. So just hooray for that community.
We can applaud that one more time, folks. Can't get enough applause on that.
So I know as president of the College Board, we do SAT, we do advanced placement. I'm seen sometimes, and we're seen sometimes, as a gate in your path. And what we aspire to be, I'm the new president, we want to propel you forward. Because the biggest fact that you all must know is it's often students who perform at a high level who hold themselves back, or their families hold themselves back. So my advice to you today is take, like this man David said, take as much as you can. And don't let anyone get in your way, and we are totally behind you. What does that mean that we are behind you? If you take a PSAT exam or an SAT exam, we will give you, if you qualify it, at the moment you receive your results, 8 fee waivers to apply for college. Because we know, yeah, you got it from me, I said it. We'll give you those fee waivers. We will give you customized support and advice to urge you to reach higher. But I'll tell you guys a secret. Let me give you a multiple choice question to end this. Who most influences other kids? Is it A, their parents, B, their teachers, C, some dude like me, or D, none of the above?
D.
D is exactly right. Why is it none of the above? Because it's other students. So I am begging you, class of we are all in to help you, class of 2020, but we need you to help each other. We need students calling on other students to propel themselves into opportunity and get your friends going. If you qualify for advanced placement or IB, please take that demanding course, help your friends do it, and then we will be behind you with all the help we can.
All right, thank you so much. Jaleesa, I want to ask you, with the question from the young man about what does it take to apply to college, what did it take for you? Did you apply to many colleges?
I applied to one college, actually. I applied to Spelman only, and I was looking at other colleges as well. I was looking at Emory, Georgia Tech, and Howard. I wanted to stay in Georgia because at the time I was looking at cost as well, and staying in Georgia, and Spelman was in Georgia, I was able to get more scholarships if I stayed in Georgia, so that's what I did.
And Jenna, you've got someone else.
We have a lot of kids that have a question about scholarships, about the high pay of college these days. So raise your hand. I know it's probably everybody's going to raise their hand, but I know you two, so come on up. Have a question for me, both of you. Have a similar question for the people in the audience. Introduce yourselves.
Okay. My name is Christopher Nieves. I'm an SEO scholar, and I attend Manhattan Business Academy. I had a question for Mr. David. Considering that you applied to 23 colleges, did you take any rejections as failures or a learning process?
And look at this already, you're Mr. David.
Good question.
Actually, I was fortunate enough that I worked hard enough that I only got rejected from one college. And oddly enough, it was my #1 choice. In the process of high school, I decided that I wanted to go somewhere where I get a better engineering education, and so I wanted to go to MIT. And like I think it was Pi Day, so March 14th, they told me I wasn't into MIT. And I mean, at first, you know, it was a really like tough thing to deal with, but then I just realized that like the reason I applied to all those schools is because I knew that was possible. And the day following, I got into University of Pennsylvania on a likely. And they told me, you know, we're going to give you a full ride. And at that point, it was just like, I have all these other blessings, and I can I get caught up on this and be all bummed out about it. But truthfully, like, that's just one bump in the road, and like, I have a goal to reach. And so college is where I need to be. And if MIT is not the right place for me, it's just not the right place.
Right.
And we've got a young lady here. I think we need to hear from the women too. Talk to me.
Hi, my name is Tanae Vaughn. I go to Democracy Prep, and I am a OpNet alumni. My question is, what advice would you give to students searching for college scholarships?
And who?
Mario?
To me?
Scholarships for college?
Okay.
Any thoughts about that?
For my situation, it's a little bit different. Since I didn't have my parents, I only had my own income. I qualified for financial aid.
And how much income did you have?
It was just since I was living, I wasn't homeless. You know, I was living with some relatives, and then I went live with the manager from where I worked. So since I had to do rent payments, that you know.
Wait a minute, you're paying rent?
Yeah, I mean.
I got to tell my son about this.
So, you know, as I'm being here by myself, you know, I had to get a full-time job, 40 hours per week. I had to go to high school. I was in the soccer team. I also was in college, like they were too. And before I graduated with 22 college credits. But what helped me is I applied for the ACE program, and it's affiliated with my school. But I mean, I know I have a lot of resources around my school that many of you don't. You know, but just try to look for them. You know, there's always resources everywhere.
We're going to talk about resources before we let you get out of here. Believe you me, we're not going to let you get out here without some information for sure. Jenny, you've got someone else.
Yes, we also have another expert, Caroline Hawksby from Stanford, who can talk about the economics of college.
So I want to give some advice to all of the students here about affording college and applying for college. My first piece of advice is go home today, get on the internet, and look up some of the colleges in your state, okay, and do the net cost calculator. Put in your parents' income, put in a little bit of information about your family, how many other kids are in your family. You'll get out what it's going to actually cost you to go to those colleges. Don't look at the sticker price, look at what it's going to cost you. Go home and do it today for at least 8 to 10 colleges. It's really something you need to know. Then the next thing is, look at applying to 8 to 10 colleges. Don't apply. I like 23. I love 23. And I'm from Cleveland too. I love 23. But even if you're not going to apply to 23, make sure it isn't 1 or 2. Find out what your opportunities are. Maybe when you look at the applications for 8 to 20 colleges in your area, you'll discover, hey, I'm going to need to take an advanced class, or I'm going to need to do this to get a scholarship, or I'm going to need to raise my scores by 5% to get a scholarship, a better scholarship in my state. Figure that out today. You can do all of these things tonight when you go home. It's all online. So be practical, start now, and then when you actually go through the application process, you'll be in a much better state. There's a lot out there.
Fantastic, thank you. Jenna, I'm going to get you to find a student who's over on this side of the room, if possible. And while you're making your way over there, I'm going to ask Jaleesa one question, and that is about, it was mentioned about if you can take advanced placement courses. Don't be shy about doing that or thinking that you can't do it. As David Coleman said, one of the problems that we have with kids is that they think they can't do it. You didn't have that, though. You thought you could do it, didn't you? Tell us about it.
Actually, I didn't take any AP courses. I decided to take all college courses because I feel like I can handle it, you know. So I decided to, in my junior year, I decided to go full-time college. And it was a struggle sometimes. I didn't have money to pay for books, of course. And the thing with it, with AP and the college courses, I felt like AP, you had to take a test. And with the college courses, I just immediately got the credit. So I decided to go that route. And my high school didn't even have that many AP classes, so I took advantage of the college courses that I could take.
And with taking those college courses, you received enough credit while you were still in high school So that when you entered Spelman, what year have you entered Spelman?
Junior.
Not as a freshman, as a junior. That's what we're talking about. Jenna, who have you got?
All right, we got a student right here.
Hi, my name is Damani Eubanks. I'm from Springdale, Maryland, Charles Herbert Flowers High School. My question to all of you is, you guys are considered like a special case coming from really adverse situations. What do you think that schools will need to do to get more students like you into college?
David?
So a lot of schools have started initiatives that pretty much drive to get more minority representation at schools, at colleges. But I think a large part of it is, even with those initiatives, a lot of those are just financial, is a huge culture shock for us when we go to universities where we're going to be surrounded by people who are much different than us. For me, an example, my school was like 89% African American, and my district was pretty much the same. And so going to a school where it was pretty much the negative flip of it, and it was like 89% something else, it just was a huge like kind of culture shock for me. And I'm pretty adaptive, but I know a lot of students who wouldn't have responded just as well. So I think a lot of it is just providing a way for these students to have a smoother transition into the college environments.
Jenna, you've got someone else?
Yes, we have another expert, Jeff Nelson from One Goal, who works with students like all of you. And maybe talk to us, Jeff, about stand up for us, and talk to us about what it takes.
Sure. A great question, by the way. So One Goal is a teacher-led college persistence program. We take exceptional teachers and they train kids in their high school to get to and through college. So there's a few things that we would recommend a high school does to better improve their college persistence rates. Number one, backwards plan from grade 16. So if you were a high school principal and you were starting to backwards map what it would take to actually ensure your alumni succeed when they get to college, you would make different decisions on budgets, on personnel, and on what courses are being taught. That's number one. Number two, we often think that the college access and prep and persistence stuff should be done by folks that are not teachers. We would actually argue that you find your highest performing educators and you get them to focus on exactly what it will take to get to and through college. The data that Caroline was talking about earlier needs to be in the hands of your most effective instructors. Carve out time during the day so that they can teach courses to ensure that kids are persisting. And lastly, if you can find it within your budget or leverage technology, I would advocate hard that you actually have a position in your high school focused on freshman year of college. So you actually have adults in the building that have periods during their academic day supporting cohorts of kids remotely. So talking on the phone, using technology like we do on a bi-weekly basis to make sure that your alumni are succeeding. The key is that although all of these things sound like costs, they will actually start to return on the investment in a pretty profound way when you start to see increased persistence rates and you're spending less money on it.
So those teachers, you're saying to these students, they're telling you, lean on your teachers. They can really help you out. Jenna, you've got another student.
We have a student from Arizona. We had to have Arizona represent. What's your question?
My name is Yaqub Almi, by the way. I was wondering, when do you think it is the best time to actually apply for colleges?
Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, is there any expert in the room? Do you want to take that, David? You're with the College Board, I hope you know.
What admissions officers will tell you, I think that if it's okay for me to say, forget what they want and do what you want. If I can kind of turn the tables on this question. Admissions officers are pretty flexible people. They're looking at your whole record, not just a test. As Carolyn says, it's really important to look at these average scores and bring up your game, bring up your grades, deliver. But if you want to postpone for a year, for example, and do something, I've talked to admissions officers around this country who are fine with you doing that. If you want to apply early because you think that's where you want to go, do